screens, joining in online. This event would not have been possible without you. And on this note, I'd like to welcome all our event funders. Please, make some noise for our event funders. They deserve a round of applause and some noise. I'd like to quickly acknowledge them. Our headline sponsors, make some noise for FedEx, make some noise for City Foundation, for PMIEF. Okay, to our platinum sponsors, don't get tired of celebrating them. Because when it's your turn for the competition, we're going to celebrate you loudly. We are here for you. So please, make some noise for our platinum sponsors, starting with Bloomberg, J&J, Delta Airlines, First Bank of Nigeria. Okay. You know, I like the way that some people are clapping over there. I see some of, the students just clapping in a very stylish way. And there's so many lovely ways. Bring it on. Bring it on. And if you're joining in online, please drop your favorite emoji. That one that says, I am clapping. That one that says, I love this. We like to see. We will read your responses and go back to it. And of course, you are a part of this event. And finally, make some noise for our gold sponsors, starting with Tomorrow Foundation. A round of applause. GB Foods, NASCON, Elite Industries, and Rise. All right, thank you. I'd also like to welcome and appreciate the board members of JA Africa who are here physically or virtually. A round of applause for our board members. The board members of JA Africa member nations as well. The CEO of JA Worldwide, here physically. Make some noise for Ashish Advani. Woo! You want to raise your hand and let people just recognize you? Yes, this is such an important event. The CEO of JA Worldwide is here with us. Amazing. Are you ready for today? Are you ready for today? All right. Make some noise for the executive directors, the program managers. Celebrate them. The teachers, very important, the teachers, the chaperone, the staff, and friends of JA. And very important, the reason we are here, the change makers, those who are competing tomorrow, those we celebrate. I'm talking about you, who is representing your country today. Please, make some noise for yourself. Come on. Love it. And as you are aware, you're representing 9 different countries. And I'm going to mention the countries. And don't just clap because I am talking about your country. Clap because I'm talking about a country that has your brothers and sisters. Because in Africa, we are one, right? All right. So please make some noise for Eswatini. Okay. Celebrate Ghana. Are we going to have the jollof wars today? Who's going to cook jollof rice for Ghana? Who's going to cook jollof rice for Ghana? Okay. Bring it on. I am here to taste. I love it. I want to have jollof rice from Ghana, from Nigeria. Just keep giving it to me. Maybe I'll add some weight after this event, All right. Make some noise for Kenya. Come on. Come on now. Make some noise for Nigeria. Hey. Make some noise for South Africa. Make some noise for Tanzania. Some noise for Uganda. Can I hear you celebrate Zambia? Give it up for Zimbabwe. Okay. Amazing. As you are aware, ladies and gentlemen, our theme today is fueling change makers. So I was thinking to myself, we're talking about fueling change makers. We need a catchphrase. We need something that when we leave here, if someone says it to you, you remember and you say, oh, you were at that conference. So I thought to myself, let's create something from fueling change makers. So, you know that JA Africa fuels change makers, right? That's the reason we're doing what we're doing. So when I say JA Africa, you say fueling change makers. Can we try that? JA Africa. Say it like you mean it. Like you are really fueling change makers. There's no scarcity of fuel. We have enough. We are fueling change makers. Are we good? JA Africa. amazing, and we're so happy to see what our change makers have got. As you can see, we are excited. So as I mentioned earlier, if you followed us already on social media, please use the hashtag AfricaCOY22. AfricaCOY22. When you post that lovely selfie, when you take that lovely picture, use the hashtag AfricaCOY22 so that you can engage with us, so that we can see your posts and engage with you. Now today, what is coming? We are set to learn. We're set to pitch. We're set to have fun. We're set to network. And it's already looking like a great day, isn't it? Is it looking like a great day? Amazing. So we have seminars lined up today. We have a lot of networking. We have a lot of fun. We have icebreakers. So I'll tell you to sit back, relax, and get ready to enjoy. And so on this note, ladies and gentlemen, if you've still got that energy and that reservoir of applause and some shouting in you, please join me as I celebrate and welcome for the opening remarks, the CEO, J&J Africa, Simi Nwogugu. Make some noise for Simi Nwogugu and the Executive Director of J&J Nigeria, Folusho Gbadamosi. Please make some noise for them. Can we celebrate them till they get here?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to J&J Africa's 12th COY 2022. My name is Simi Nwogugu, and this is
Folusho Gbadamosi.
And we're happy to welcome you to Lagos, Nigeria, to our city. I have to apologize on behalf of the Commissioner for Education, who was also supposed to be here to welcome you to Lagos. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for them, they have a political rally today, which she had to go represent her party. So she sends her deep apologies, and she says she will try to be with you for dinner on Friday. So first of all, I'd like to say welcome. I've told Folusho that she's the one giving the speech, because me, myself, I'm a guest here. I'm from J Africa in Ghana, so she's going to welcome us properly. But I wanted to say to the students particularly that we're so happy to have you in Lagos, Nigeria. I know that this has been a very trying 3 years, and for us to be back physically, I'm really excited to see you all. I want to give you all to give yourselves a round of applause that you've made it here, and for everyone to also give you a round of applause that you've made it here. So the fact that you're here, in my eyes, means you're already winners. You're all winners. No matter what happens on Thursday or Friday, you're all winners. So another round of applause for our winners. We have 3 more student teams on their way. Hopefully they will arrive today, so they will be able to participate in the competition tomorrow. And I think the theme, Fueling Change Makers, really just shows that we have young people who are doing wonderful things, and we're happy that this is one of the platforms that we get to showcase the wonderful things you're doing. So I'm really looking forward to learning more about your businesses and really just celebrating you all. For our guests that are not students, thank you for coming. I see Tim, hello! Thank you to our sponsors from FedEx, City Foundation, and PMIEF, our headline sponsors, our platinum sponsors, our gold sponsors. Thank you so much for making this happen. We are extremely lucky that, even throughout the pandemic, you stayed with us. We were able to have the virtual competitions, but it's always great to see you in person. So thank you very much for that. Staff, you guys know I love you very much. You're the engine that makes J Africa work. Please just give everyone from J Africa, J Nigeria, J Uganda, J Eswatini, everyone that makes it happen. We know that you do this out of passion. You're, in the schools with the children. You're everywhere trying to make sure this happens. So I want to personally say thank you for making this happen to all of you. And then I'm going to shut up now and hand over to JA Nigeria to properly welcome us, J Africa and J Worldwide, to welcome us to your city. Okay, and then to promise us all the things that we're going to have before we leave this city. Thank you very much.
So Simi said that she didn't want to give a speech because she doesn't like giving speeches. Didn't she just give a speech? I just want to know if she just gave a speech. That's all I want to know. So good morning again, everyone, and welcome to the African country with the best jollof. Thank you. Can I get a round of applause? Yes. Thank you so much. Welcome. Simi is our CEO of J Africa, so she remains neutral. So please don't call her Nigerian, Ghanaian, South African. She's just African. All right? So please take note of that. And if you see her being partial towards any country, just pinch her and remind her that she's African. We'll get her African passport that doesn't exist. Okay, so welcome again, everyone, to the African country with the best jollof. Sorry, I'm not going to stop saying that because this is the best opportunity to really say that, right? So I just have to. Don't you guys agree? Yeah, people, see, the students are even smiling. They agree. If you need to have really amazing jollof rice and you haven't had any, just see me, all right? We have a whole team that's ready to hook you up with some really amazing, smoky, firewood Nigerian jollof rice, including our Ghanaian brothers and sisters, yes. We have some for you to even take home with you and share with your family members and loved ones. Okay, so I'm going to do what we do in Nigeria. Pardon me if you're not from Nigeria. We must do all protocols duly what? Observed. Thank you so much. So, CEO, Junior Achievement Worldwide, Ashish Advani. Please, round of applause. Thank you so much. JA Africa board members, Abdul Mukhtar, Dr. Kodu Diao, Charles Moyela, Camille Blair, Emery Rubagenga, JA Worldwide staff, Laurie, who's here with us, Laurie Nogi. Let's give her a round of applause. Woo! PM IEF representative, Tim Swain. Let's give him a round of applause. JA Nigeria board members, CEO JA Africa, Simi Nwogugu. All the EDs of Junior Achievement, starting with Eswatini, Fetsile, Kenya, John, South Africa, Marianne, Uganda, Rachel, Zambia, Teddy, Zimbabwe, Alan, our wonderful sponsors, JA Africa team, too many to mention, the whole entire JA family, all our amazing students here, chaperones, special guests, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the 12th Africa Company of the Year competition themed Fueling Changemakers. And we're just so happy because it's the first time it's being held in Lagos. Please, can we give some claps for that? Because, Lagos is like the energy city of Nigeria. Yeah, it's been held in Abuja, but not in Lagos. But there's nothing like Lagos. Do you guys agree? Is there anything like Lagos? It's not possible. Maybe New Yorkshire. Where else? Nowhere. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, oh, sorry, you are African, so you can't say that. You are neutral, you can't say that, sorry. She's going to catch herself from time to time. Okay, so for over 10 months, thousands of students across the continent have participated in our amazing JA Company program and have come up with innovative ideas, solutions, set their business, and run them passionately. We all know that startups are not for the weak-hearted, and these amazing young change makers deserve another round of applause because they have done great work. They've done great work. Today, we are glad to have 9 finalists from Africa, some of which are on their way to compete for the Company of the Year award. And it gives me great pleasure to celebrate Green Apex Company from Nigeria. Give them a round of applause. Yes. And all the other amazing companies from Africa, which are Eswatini, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The passion, creativity, problem-solving skills, and hard work has brought you all this far, and it's a tremendous achievement. So no matter what happens today, tomorrow, Friday, you're all winners in our eyes, right? Because you're great people. They have all exhibited excellent skills to get them to the level that they are now. Worthy of mention, actually, is the CEO of the Special Education School in Tudun Maliki, Kano, from northern Nigeria, who's not here today, but Aliyu Yahaya won the CEO award at the Nigerian National Company of the Year, and he's actually blind, and the rest of his team also have disabilities, and they did such amazing work that he won the CEO of the Year award. And we just want to say thank you. And we just want to say that Junior Achievement is a very inclusive organization, right? And we're just so happy and proud that in Nigeria this year, we were able to spread our wings into schools for children that also have physical disabilities. This is also a testament to the work that we do as Junior Achievement and the brand that we stand for. I want to especially thank our J Nigeria board members who have been instrumental to all of our successes here in Nigeria. I want to thank all of the sponsors and donors, particularly our company program sponsors, Citibank Act Foundation, and some of our other sponsors for this particular event as well. Thank you for all that you do and your huge belief in our programs. For us at J Nigeria, as a member nation, we share the JA value of belief in the boundless potential of young people, and we are very excited that the 9 companies that are here today will be participating in the competition. To the students, well done for working hard and making it this far. As Franklin Roosevelt once said, we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. And so today, with over 60% of our population in Africa as under age 25, yes, under age 25 of our population is 60% is under 25. By 2030, Africa is going to have 42% of the global youth. You guys are actually global change makers. And so your potential is amazing. The future of this continent and the world lies in your hands. And we're so proud of you. And we're counting on you to take all that you have learned for this program and transform your world positively, whether it's on the continent or outside of the continent. Once again, welcome everyone to ACOY 2022. Indewo, Barka de Zua, Ekabo, and have a wonderful stay in the African country with the best jollof, Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Felicia.
Okay, you want to give them another round of applause? Amazing. Amazing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into the next session. This one is a seminar presentation, and it's going to be very insightful. But before that, we've been sitting for quite some time, and it's a good time to stand and stretch our legs. It's a good time to walk around for the next 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the executive directors can please go to the Roko Suite for a meeting. The executive directors can please go to the Roko Suite for a meeting. Every other person, please rise to your feet. We want to be sure that when you're standing for the next, or sitting for the next few minutes, you know, you've relaxed, you've stood around, you've stretched your legs, you've met people, and then we can go into the next session. If you haven't done your registration, please step out to quickly do the registration. Every other person, please rise, meet people, network. You started a conversation the other time, networking with people. Go ahead and continue that conversation. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Our virtual audience, please don't go anywhere. Don't blink. Just stand up, get a cup of coffee, and come back. Thank you. right, please let's take our seat. We're set to begin. It's time for the seminar presentation. Please let's take our seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seat. It's time for the seminar presentation. May I ask the ushers to please help direct people to take their seats as we are ready for the seminar presentation, the first one for today. But just a refresher to be sure that we're still all on the same page. J&J Africa. I think we took a break and we forgot. How can we forget? J&J Africa. Amazing, amazing. J&J Africa, fueling change. That's what change makers, that's what we are doing. That's what we do at J&J Africa. Now, the first seminar presentation is focused on application of project management skills. And this one is sponsored by the Project Management Institute Educational Foundation, PMIEF. Can we give it up for PMIEF for making this possible? Thank you. I think we should clap louder. We're talking about our sponsors. Yes, we really, truly appreciate our sponsors. Now, the Project Management Seminar would be facilitated by AfriSans, and I'd like to invite the principal consultant at AfriSans, Mrs. Titi Park, for the presentation. A round of applause. Let's give her some J&J Africa welcome as she makes her way to the stage. J&J Africa.
Do we understand what we mean by progressive? As you go further along the way, it becomes clearer to you. You may not know the end when you start, but as you get into it, it becomes clearer and you get more details around it. Okay? It's collaborative. You can't do it alone. You're going to need human resources to assist you along the way. And it involves risk as well. There's always elements of risk. You say, oh, is this going to work? Is this not going to work? Okay, you look at certain things about it, certain aspects, and then you make a decision. All right. So, let's look at something called constraints in projects. Now, every project has constraints because you just can't do everything. You don't have infinite resources like all the money in the world, for example. You probably have limited money. Stay within these guidelines. For the software person, do you want to also do physical security? Stuff like that. You define what you want to do, and it's also important to define what you don't want to do so that you don't find people taking you in a different direction from what you really, really focused to do when you started out. Okay? Now, quality, how good is it going to be? Okay? So you define that. You can say you want it to be XYZ. You can say you want it to be top-notch. You can say you just want something basic. You define everything about that. So those are constraints. Okay? Resources. Whatever those resources are, access to information, research, what have you. And then also risks. You must always look at risks. And we're going to take a practical example. Okay, so let's take an example like an adventure. I was saying about going to China. Like an adventure. I was saying about going to China. Let's take that. You want to go to China, right? And that is the trip. That is our project to go to China. Project China. And imagine what you want to do. That is defining what you want to do. Begin to write out. Yes, I want to do this. I want to go by this airline. I want to, maybe before I get to China, stop in 10 places. I want to go direct. Everything about your trip, right? Am I communicating? Okay. And then you want to organize, how am I going to do it? then you want to actually do what you set out to do, right? And in these days of social media, I'm sure all the way you are going to be Snapchatting, you are going to be Instagramming, you're going to be telling your story right from when you start, right? It's very important to tell your story so that nobody else will tell it for you. Or somebody else will even steal your story and say they are the ones that did what you did. Yeah? Great. Okay. Now, let's look at this now. So, these are some basic steps that you have to go through in every project. Every project, you have the creation phase. Sorry, this isn't showing. But you do have the creation phase. You have the implementation where you actually do it. Organization, where you do it and where you tell your story. So everything is going to fall into one of those 4 categories. Now, going back to our trip, example of the trip. While you are planning and imagining what you want to do, then you choose your destination, then you organize. First, you are in the creation, okay? When you're thinking what you want to do, the first box there is creation. The next one, while you go organizing, is the planning phase. So I'm now saying, yeah, I'm going to pack a box, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. So these are typical steps that every project will go through. You create, you plan, then you carry it out, and then you control. So while you're carrying out, for example, here you have plotting the course. This was taking an example of going by ship and then navigating. So you know when you're going by ship, you know the sea is really big and open and there are no roads in the sea. There are no roads, there are no highways. Yeah? How do you find your way on the sea? Use a compass. So that's how you plan your course. So as you're going, you keep on checking against your plan with the compass and you stay on track. Yes? And then when you complete it, you tell a story. You close it out and tell a story. So 4 basic stages I want you to always remember. Creation, number 1. Number 2, planning. Number 3, execution and control. And number 4, closing. That's it. That's all the steps you need to take in any project. Okay? All right. So, this is a sample of a project. Do you agree with me? Does anybody recognize this? What was the MTN mast? What is it? Yes! You said it. Say it out. Eiffel Tower. So this is a sample of a project, right? And it was done. It's completed. It was done in 1889. God knows how many donkey years ago. At the peak of the French Revolution. And it's 324 meters high. And it took 2 years to complete. Very interesting. So today, all that we've been saying, we're going to bring it home. We're going to carry out our own project. All right? We're going to build our own tower. Okay? Are you ready? I hope you remember the steps I told you. It will serve you in this exercise. So we're going to do our own very quick project. All right? So we're going to give you some materials now, but first of all, let's divide ourselves into groups. So how many are we now? All right. Do we have up to 5 tables? Yes, because we have about 5 groups. How many people are we here? Okay, maybe we can use also the stage. So let's see. Let's take a number very quickly from 1 to 5. I wanted to do 5 groups. Yes. No, just hold on. Let's just take the number first. Let's go this way. 4, 5. Note your numbers as you take them, okay? Go on. Because we don't have all the ones yet, that's why.
See, they are watching what you're doing online.
Okay, so can all number ones come here? If your number is 1, come here.
Can you drop your exposure a bit?
If your number is 2, come here. If your number is 3, 4, and 5. You don't have a number? Do you have a number? Number one is this way. I don't want the two guys to see. One. Okay, so we need now behind there. Okay, can all number ones go with Akosa, please? Tayo? Are all number ones going with Akosa? Akosa, we need you back really quickly. All right. All number twos? Akosa, we're going to use this thing because they're going to need space. So we can put one group here. So all number threes, can you come this way? Just stay over here. Yes, because they need space. Yes, so either side. Number 3, stay in the middle. Oh, number 4, sorry. And number 5, stay on the edge. Can you help me hand their materials to them, please? Every group gets a bag of materials. These are your resources, okay? Every group gets a bag of materials. And here are the rules, the constraints. Your tower must be at least 50 centimeters high. Yeah? Okay, so next is that you're going to have only 20 minutes. I need a timekeeper when we start. Quality, please note, your tower must be able to stand by itself. It shouldn't be leaning against anything. Okay, it must be able to stay like the Eiffel Tower, standing by itself. And if you want, you can use all your resources. But if you don't, we will give you credit. We'll give you, add 2 centimeters to your tower for everything you don't use. How about that? Sounds good? But you want the highest tower, don't forget. At the end of the day, the highest tower is the winner. All right? Did you get that? So, my timekeeper, let me put the rules back up as a guide. And the timing starts now.
Can I mean here?
We are building our towers, our Eiffel Towers, yes, whether you believe it or not. You see innovation now.
Hello, everyone. You have 15 minutes, 8 seconds. 10 more minutes. We have 5 minutes more.
I hope we're having fun and implementing all that we've learned. Don't forget, your tower has to stand by itself. It has to stand alone. How many more minutes do we have? Timekeeper. 3 minutes more. How are we doing?
They're all tense. 2 minutes more.
I'm seeing some nice inventions, some nice towers. Can they stand alone? Make sure they can. If you finished, please let us know so you can get some credits. If you have finished, okay. They finished with how many minutes left? 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Awesome. Now you need to pray that your tower stays.
We have less than 60 seconds now.
Okay. What group is that? Group 2. Some nice towers. Change makers. And we have another group calling in finish. What's the time now? How many? 20 seconds to go. Okay. Blessing and Tokwe, please be vigilant.
We have 10 more seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Change makers, time out. Time up, time up, time up.
Yeah,
Awesome. Okay. How was that? Was it fun? At least you had fun, right? And you kept on trying until you had a tower. So anything protruding above the cup does not count for height. All right. Sakwe, can you go around and measure, please? Let's see, how did we do? Did we produce something tangible? Somebody's still touching the... If you touch it, you disqualify your whole sweat too. It's not a bad thing to not use all your resources, remember. It's a good thing, actually. Can you call out the results as you measure? Take it straight to the ground.
Okay, so we've measured group 1. They have 39 centimeters. We measured group 2. They have 47 centimeters. And now, we have group 4. We have 31 centimeters. Well done, everyone.
Don't knock it over. Oh. Don't. Do you talk? "48 centimeters. 49 is still leading. And one more. Camera, you want to knock over this tower? Hey, you shook the table. Can you make it straight? Because the cameraman shook the table. Careful, oh. Okay, you want to destroy this invention of 2 years. Because it was straight when they left it. Okay. Straight. Keep your hand straight. Blessing. 45. Okay, hold on. 45 centimeters and you have your... Did you divide the string up? One piece of string. So plus 2 centimeters. That's 47 centimeters. Clap for yourselves. Over here, we had how many centimeters? So you have 2 straws, 1 cup, and 1 string. No, it's 1. So that's 8 centimeters. 39 centimeters. Okay? All right. And you had 48. And then you have 2 straws. 48 plus 8. 56. Clap for yourselves. You see, so you get points for not using all your resources and still having a substantial tower. Okay. How many leftovers do we have over there?
Okay.
4 straws.
We have 5 straws.
1 string and 1 cup.
Yeah, I would say 1 string and 1 cup.
And they are at how high are they?
31.
That's So I'm going to give you 10 extra points for that. My team that had 47. 47.
Yes. They didn't use all the time, and they have one straw.
Okay. So for not using all the time, you have 5 centimeters. One straw, 2. So that's what?
54.
54.
Can we
Okay.
do that again? Yes. So we have 54 here.
Okay.
We have 56. What's your group? What group number is that? 5. Yes. 56 there.
54 and 56.
Yes.
But you had how many to start with? 40 what? 47. And you had what? 30 what? 40 what?
48.
48. Okay. I think we have a clear winner. Round of applause, everyone. We have 56 centimeters to you and 54 to you. And who's third? Who's third? What was yours? 47. Okay. Now, let's talk. Let's debrief. How was the exercise for everybody? Can you take the microphone round to every group? We want to know what worked for you. How was it? You can have a spokesperson. Just tell us. Look at it in the light of what you learned about projects. Remember the 4 steps. What's the 4 steps for any project? Create, planning, execute and control, and close. Now we're closing. We are telling our story, right? What have we learned? Can you pass the mic around? Yes.
First of all, what I've learned is that each and everyone has different ideas, and we learned to implement them together and bring it to one main idea. Yes, thank you.
Blessing, what did you observe about that group?
First of all, we had teamwork, and we could be able to agree to it.
So I'm asking my co-facilitators to tell me what they thought of your group.
So I think the group work was impressive. They all worked together, even though they found it difficult at the initial stage to make a foundation, but they all worked together to implement what we have on ground.
Beautiful. Round of applause. So what would you do different if I gave you these same resources and say start? What would you do different next time? Let somebody from the group tell us.
I think we'd make a stable foundation, which would give us initial height. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. Very valuable learnings, right? I'm sure some of you have similar experiences. Next group, group 2. So, summarize your experience for us.
It was really tasking, but we worked together. We had several ideas, and they kept falling, but we continued, and we eventually got it.
Awesome. So, can another person tell us what would you do different next time if you had a chance?
If I had the chance to do anything different, I would have rushed through it less, and then would have come up with the idea to use the string much earlier, because it ended up helping us keep the tower standing.
So you would have planned first, is what I'm hearing. Is that correct? Awesome. Observation from my colleagues. What did you observe about this group, if any? Tokwe, did you observe anything?
Yes, I did. Once they started, I noticed that they actually started with the straws. They used the straw as a foundation at first, and I think that was different from what I noticed from every other group. And just starting that way, it just shows that you are being creative with the foundation, because whatever it is you are doing, even a project, whatever you start with, you have to be smart with it, because if good foundation helps to get good results. So well done.
Okay, awesome. Round of applause for group 2. Which group is going to tell us next their experience?
So our group have learned that in life you shouldn't give up, because when we started, our foundation wasn't helping, but at the end we have been able to make the tower. So that's what we have learned.
Awesome. Persistence. That's what I've heard from all the groups here. Do not give up. Because I was watching, and at some point I thought, I'm not seeing anything going up. But towards the end, they started popping up. So what would you do different if you had an opportunity to?
I think we would plan more, because our initial idea is not the one that we have shown right now. So obviously we'd plan more before.
Awesome. Thank you. Blessing. Any thoughts about this group?
Like what I said earlier on, I love the fact that they work together as a team. The first foundation they laid was not really okay, because it kept falling, and most times they had to just repeat the same thing over and again. But I'm happy that they've actually erected something nice. So
awesome.
Well,
thank you. And the next group. Appoint a spokesperson.
For our group, we had problems with our planning, but we feel if we had, and we rushed to start, but we could have planned better and used our time better.
So what did you do that was good? Let somebody else say what was good.
Okay, basically, we all had our creative ideas, and what we had that was good is that we brought everything together. But things that
collaboration, teamwork, awesome.
Yeah, so this team, I actually noticed they had their Eiffel Tower ready, but it was all about length, right? So I think once they noticed that, they started to re-strategize, because they rushed it, just like she said. It was already perfect, but we are actually focused on the length. So it's also important that even while working with a team and you notice that the end result, you're not achieving it, you re-strategize again as a team, and collaboration is key. So well done.
Awesome. And our final group.
I think as a team, we learned that communication is very important in order for a great outcome. So we really communicated well. And I mean, it's not presentable, but like we came up with something. And yeah, I think teamwork makes the dream work.
Awesome. Teamwork makes the dream work. I love that. So guys, did you see what I told you about projects? Is it true? Did you see it in the work you did? Did you see all these things? Where are all those constraints? What have you? Am I pointing the wrong direction? Anyway, you know what I'm trying to show you. Everything was true, right? Awesome. Round of applause for you. And we have some gifts for you from AfriSons. Tokwe, would you do the presentation? So just a little token from AfriSons to say we want to invest some more in you. Read it, learn some more, and enjoy it. So we've come to the end of this session. Was it fun? Did you enjoy it? Do you have things that you're going to take out from here and you're going to do every day? All right. You may please return to your seats once you get your gifts. I think this group stays and this group stays, but everybody else, please return to your seats. So we want you to remember as you leave this session today that project management is a skill that you need for every aspect of life. Okay? I love the Africa energy. I love the unity. And I'm just going to close with speaking to unity in Africa in particular. In PMI, for example, we found out that we have conferences all over the world, right? We have African conferences, we have American conferences, we have Middle East, all those side of things. But there was something very unique we found in Africa. I'm speaking to the lady who wanted to use art to speak to the world. Is it Aisha? Oh, yes, okay. Yomi. Uh-huh. So we found out that at the African conferences, all of us would always unite in song and dance. We didn't plan it, but there's a particular song that when we hear the beat, we all come together and dance the same way. And that was impressive. One song, which means unity. one dance, one Africa. On that note, I'd like to say it's been very interesting for me. Thank you so much. You've been great students. You may please go back to your seats, and this is the end of my session. Thank you. Round of applause for everybody. Akusa, I'm done. All right.
All right, please let's give her another round of applause. That was not just insightful, it was also fun. It was a lovely way to learn and to play. I mean, talk about playing and learning something. Did you learn something? Did you learn something? You know, I just looked around and I was thinking to myself, if I had to build that tower, are you sure it wouldn't be like the wall of Jericho? At the end of the day, everything just crashing. But you did so well. So please, can you give yourselves a round of applause? And just look around you. Some of them are still standing. I mean, this is beautiful. All right, so we're going to take a break now. It's a 10-minute break. Another opportunity. We're giving you enough time to walk around, stretch your legs, network. That's so important. You've come all the way to Nigeria. You shouldn't just live with a prize. Live with new friends. Live with new connections. That's very important. Our virtual audience, I trust that you're having a lovely time at home. Hopefully you were trying that out, at home with your own tower. I hope that was fun. We're taking a 10-minute break. Meanwhile, who remembers the theme for this year? For the COY 2022, who remembers the theme? Okay, feeling change makers. Now, we are thinking about the theme for the next year, and we'd like you to be a part of it. We'd like you to help us think about the things that would capture COY 2023. So while you go on this break, please think about it. During this 10 minutes break, think about it. So when we come back, we'd love to hear your ideas as we plan towards COY 2023. So a 10 minutes break, and then we'll be back. Don't forget to stand and stretch your legs. Don't stay in one position. Thank you. All right, I see that we're really not networking well enough. We're with our phones and we're on social media. This is the generation where, there's so much good things to be done on social media, but don't ignore the people around you. This is a physical conference and also a virtual conference. So please don't forget to network. Meanwhile, we have coffee, we have tea, we have light refreshment for you at the back. So this is an opportunity to stretch your legs and go to the back and then get some tea, get some coffee, get some light refreshment. About 7 more minutes to do that. So please quickly get some coffee, grab some snacks, and get ready for the journey ahead. Thank you. time to come back into the hall. Please, let's come back into the hall. Coffee break is over. Please, let's come back into the hall. It's time to come back into the hall. Time to come back into the hall. Please, let's come back into the hall. I'd appreciate if our ushers will help nudge people to take their seats as we go on with the next session. Now, this is going to be insightful. But before that, we want to take a quick photograph. And we need everybody to be captured in this. We don't want you to not be here when we are taking the photograph. So please come back into the hall. It's time for photographs. Okay, I'll give us about 1 minute to take our seats and get ready. And then we'll take quick photographs and then we'll proceed with the next session. All right, so it's time for our quick photographs, and we'd like to take pictures with the PMIEF. So I'd like to invite the facilitators. If you enjoyed that last session on project management, please give them a round of applause. It's time for photographs. Okay, you did enjoy it. And I would like to invite specially all our change makers. So everyone here, please take a step forward, come up and join us for the photographs. All right, please hold on a bit. Let's play a very quick game. Just before we come up for the next session, let's play a quick game. I'd like you to tell me. She's from the Garden City. She's from the Garden City. Oh, I see some people on their phones. No cheating, no cheating. Do not put it on Google. Do not put it on Google. No way, no way. Who wants to try? Okay, so if we don't have anybody trying, then you tell us the answer yourself. You want to try? Okay.
River State.
River State? Okay. Is it in Nigeria? Okay, the Garden City in Ghana. Wow, we are learning something here. Does anybody want to try? Without the aid of Google, without the aid of any search engine, going, and gone. Please tell us the answer.
So that's Kumasi in Ghana.
That's Kumasi in Ghana. A round of applause. Wow. I learned something new, and I'm sure you did too. But you know this thing happens often. Right after she tells us the answer, somebody says, I was thinking so. But you should have said it. You should have said it. All right, let's try. Who wants to tell us where they are from without telling us where they are from?
I'm from the Swazi city that houses one of the biggest mountains in Africa.
City that houses one of the biggest mountains in Africa. Is that what you said? Okay, what is it? The city that houses one of the biggest mountains in Africa. What is it? What is it? Anybody wants to try? This time around, don't say, I was thinking so. You have to say it. Houses one of the biggest mountains in Africa. Wow. I see everybody with their thinking heart. You know, you see that face when they are thinking, what is it? What is it? Okay, do you want to give us a clue as to the country? You want to help us out? Swaziland. You want to give us another clue?
The city starts with an M, right?
Okay. Our facilitator wants to take a stab at it. I mean, what is the answer? What is the answer? I think we need to introduce a prize. Maybe if I introduce a prize, everybody will think faster. So I've got a prize for the person that gets it correctly. You want to guess? You told us the question. You can't guess the answer. I mean, does anybody know what we call ojoro? Do you know what ojoro is? That's cheating. When you give us the question and you want to guess the answer, no way. No way. You want to guess? Okay, but let me first check with all of our participants that nobody wants to try. Okay. Okay, but let me start from our participants first and see if it is correct. Okay. Wait, did you get the help of Google? Did you search online? Did she tell you the answer? Did you promise to share the gift with her? Okay, tell us, what's the answer?
I'm from a city where the smoke thunders.
Oh, no, but you first have to answer that one, and then you get to answer this. You get to tell us this one. So I'll come to you, but let's first answer this one. You want to attempt? You are sitting so closely to her. Did she whisper the answer to you? Are you sure? All right, what's the answer?
Maseru.
Is it correct? She says no. Okay, now that we've tried here, let's go to the back. Somebody wants to try. So you just tell us if we're correct. Okay, there's a microphone over there for her.
Is it Mbabanye?
A round of applause for her. I'm sure that you did not whisper the answer that far. Because if you did, I mean, a lot of people would have answered here. But did you get the help of Google? Did you search online? Okay, great, great. Let's try another one. You wanted to give us one. Tell us where you are from without telling us where you are from. Just tell us a clue and then leave us to guess.
I'm from a city where the smoke thunders in Zambia. A city where the smoke thunders in Zambia.
A city where the smoke thunders in Zambia. Okay. 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 You want to guess? Okay.
Lusaka.
Is it correct? So what's the city? You tell us.
Livingstone.
Okay, Livingstone. Let's move on to one. But I want you to give me something creative about the landscape. Give me something about the nature. Give me something about the beauty of your city. You know, such descriptions. You know, so that I would learn about how wide, how far, how much waterfalls, how many people are there, the color, the sunshine. Just give me something creative. Are we good? All right. So those are the kind of clues I want you to give me, and those are the kind of questions. Okay, you've got one?
Okay, the state with the tourist rocks.
She's from a state with tourist rocks. Okay. Do you want to give us a clue as to the country? In
Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria, tourist rocks. No, but you're not allowed. Should we allow Akosua try? No. All in support say aye. All against say nay. The nays have it. All right. Tourist rocks in Nigeria. Tourist rocks in Nigeria. You know, I really like how a lot of us are open to learning. People are literally taking notes and writing these things down. That's great. This is an opportunity to learn. Maybe you'll go for some competition someday and they will ask you these questions. And then you say, oh, I heard it in Lagos. But this is an opportunity. Tourist rocks in Nigeria. The state is known for rocks in Nigeria. What is the answer? What is the answer? The answer on your mind might just be the answer. So you want to try. You want to try. Anybody? Going? No, she whispered the answer to you. No way. Going? All right?
Ogun State.
Ogun State. Has anybody heard about Oluma Rocks? Okay. So the answer is Ogun State. Give me another clue about where you're from. Teach me about Tanzania. Tell me about your country. Tell me something about where you're from. Give me a clue. Anybody wants to try? You want to try? You want to try? You want to try? You want to try? Okay, please go ahead.
I'm from a country which is near a lake that borders 3 countries. A city, it is near a lake that borders 3 countries.
Near LA?
A lake.
That borders 3 countries. So you are from a city, or are you from a country or from a city?
A city.
A city, it's beside a lake, and there are 3 countries around its borders, right? Okay, what's the answer? A city near a lake, 3 countries beside it. Don't tell anybody the answer. Don't whisper the answer to us. Anybody wants to try? Anybody wants to try? Anybody? You want to try? Did she whisper the answer to you? Did you hear it somewhere? Did you check on Google? Okay, great. So please go ahead.
I'm guessing. Kampala.
Amazing. And because you got the answer correctly, I'd like you to ask the next question. Give us a clue as to where you're from.
I'm from the country. I'm from the city that has the biggest mall in East and Central Africa. The city in the country that has the biggest mall in East and Central Africa. Mall.
What is the answer? Does anybody know? Does anybody want to try? Did she whisper it to you? Are you sure? Okay.
Nairobi.
The answer is Nairobi. A round of applause for her. So she got your answer right, and you got her answer, a question right as well. Oh, you're from neighboring countries. That's why it's so easy. Everybody was wondering. I mean, it was so difficult for every other person, but for 2 of them, they kept getting it correctly. So they live beside one another. Okay, but they did a good job. So please give them a round of applause. Well done. All right, so time for our pictures. Let's take quick pictures now with the facilitators for PMIEF. So I'd like to invite them to please step forward. Please step forward for pictures. We don't want you to miss out on these pictures. And of course, with our change makers, please come forward with your best smile. You know that smile you give pictures where you just permanently on smile mode. Please come forward and join us for the pictures. All right, so please come up on the stage. Go to the stage. best smile, because this is going on social media. And then when we take it, we'll take a short reel. Our videographer is standing by, and we want to put something on Twitter and on Instagram. So get ready for the video after the picture. Smile. Okay, are we done with the official pictures? Okay, but just before you go, a quick video. Don't forget our chant. Don't forget our signature words. When I say J&J Africa, you say? Amazing. So we're going to do that in a bit, and I'm going to try to capture everyone starting from here. So, J&J Africa. J&J Africa. Fueling change makers. J&J Africa. Thank you. A round of applause for yourselves as you take your seat. Thank you. All right. It's been a great time, right? It's been learning and fun. Am I correct? Are you sure? Is anybody enjoying it? Okay. So we're moving on now to the next session. And this one is packed. But before I invite the facilitator for the next session, let me quickly remind you that we are having the Public Choice Awards. The Public Choice Awards, and the winner is going to be crowned on Friday. So please do well to go on YouTube and go to J Africa's channel on YouTube. Check the videos out. When you find your favorite, click on the like button. Very important. This is the opportunity for the public to vote for the best. So you get to watch the video, and if you like it, click on it and support. And then we'll crown the Public Choice Award winner on Friday. Now, ladies and gentlemen, dearest change makers, we're moving on to the next session. And this one is also very important. So please bring out your listening ears, your writing materials, all of those things you came with, and just pay attention to it because it promises to be very insightful. Now, the next session, and for the next session, I'm going to invite the selection manager at RISE. RISE is an initiative of Schmidt Futures and Rhodes Trust, our newest partnership program, and we'll build a network of exceptional young people who are committed to helping others throughout their lives. J&J Change Makers, please join me as I welcome Shola Adekola, the selection manager at RISE. Let's give it up for Shola Adekola with the J&J welcome. Let's make her welcome.
everyone. So I'm going to give a bit of an information session about what RISE is. First question to you guys. If you are between the ages of 15 to 17 years old here, raise your hand. Then you really want to listen to this. It's an opportunity that will change your life. So as the lovely host mentioned, my name is Shopa Dekola. Oh, I have slides, or I don't. My slides aren't working. Someone help. Critical that they work soon. There we go. Has worked a bit too much. Okay, back, 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 back. Okay, I'll just leave it there. Okay, so my name is Shopa Dekola, and I am a selection manager at RISE. And I basically, my particular role is on the recruitment and onboarding of selectors who work on the RISE program. And I'll talk about our selectors later on. Our selectors come from over 90 countries across the world, so they're a very diverse group of people. I also have who will be joining me later for part of this information session, Naomi Obenua. She's a RISE Global winner 2022. She's around your age group, so you change makers here. So you'll be hearing directly from her as the presentation goes on. So I'll just get right to it. What is RISE? So RISE is a global program founded by Schmidt Futures and the Rhodes Trust. The program seeks to find brilliant young people who need opportunity. And listen to this, it supports them for life. So you can see some of the RISE Global winners from this year, of which Naomi is one of them. So these RISE Global winners were surprised live on Good Morning America that they won the RISE, we call it a RISE Fellowship or Scholarship, and I think it was a very exciting time for them. And as you can see there, Schmidt Futures is the philanthropic organization for Eric Schmidt, and Eric Schmidt used to be the CEO of Google, for those of you who might know who he is. Okay, so at RISE, we believe that brilliance is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. So we are on a mission to find the world's most brilliant people from a young age, basically your age, and to change their trajectories. Okay, so what makes RISE different? So one, RISE is a global community, and we connect talent from over 170 countries, and our first group of global winners came from 42 countries across 6 continents. The second thing is RISE is for life, it's forever. So once you become a RISE winner, RISE is part of your life for the rest of your life. So we offer a lifetime of benefits. So this is making this one of the largest scholarship programs of its kind in the whole world. And as I said earlier, RISE looks for brilliance. We look for hidden brilliance in whatever form it takes to help build a better world. Now, a lot of you guys here are brilliant already, so I imagine that you guys will be brilliant candidates for RISE. So some numbers, as I said earlier, RISE is a truly global community. We have had 150,000 people across the world register, and RISE is only 2 years old, so we are just recruiting our 3rd cohort of RISE applicants now, which is why I'm telling you this, from 170 plus countries. So far, we have 200 global winners from 69 countries. For 2022, we had 500 finalists from 89 countries and 100 global winners from 47 countries. So, you might be thinking, even though I've already mentioned it a little bit, what are the benefits of applying to RISE? Everyone. So just by applying, you already win. Everyone who applies to RISE joins a global community with access to free online courses, as well as opportunities from our partners, and RISE has partners across the world. And then upon completing your application, applicants get access to RISE Discord channel. Does anyone know what Discord is? Have you been on Discord? So Discord is a sort of chat. It came from the gaming world. It's a chat-based system where people can engage with each other. And you can see some of the groups already on our Discord channel. So young people like yourself discussing topics on public policy, mental health, diversity and inclusion, tech issues. So basically key things that we're all thinking of now. So this is a good place to invite Naomi as she drinks water. I'll let you down that. Hydrate. So Naomi, as I said earlier, is one of our 2022 RISE Global winners, so one of the 100 from 42 countries who won the RISE program this year. So, yay, Naomi. So Naomi, I wanted you to share a little bit about what the RISE application process was like for you this year.
Hi everyone. I know I've already been introduced, but again, my name is Naomi Ifnaya Obiwa, a RISE Global winner from the second cohort. And now on to my experience applying to RISE. So when I was applying, a few things stood out to me. Firstly, it was the fact that RISE used videos. So they required videos in the application. And I really appreciated this because it helped me to really show my passion for the issue I chose, you know? And aside from that, it was peer reviewed, meaning my age mates, people like you, would have to watch the video, actually listen to it, and narrate it at the end of the day. So it allowed me to spread awareness to like-minded people. And also, bonus for me, it was a source of enlightenment for me because I could hear from those people as well about issues I had never even thought about before. Aside from that, one of the greatest parts, I would say, in applying to RISE was how it pushed me to do something I had been wanting to do for some time already. So because I had already spread awareness to a large group of people, it allowed me to do what I had originally planned to do in a much larger scale. You know, it was a huge source of motivation for me. And finally, this is just a tip of the iceberg, you know, an extra side dish, is the application is completely free. So there's like no disadvantages to applying. All it takes is your time, and it takes a lot of passion. Aside from that, it can be completed from any device, whether that be a phone, your laptop, desktop. I didn't even have a laptop at the time. I actually used my phone to complete the whole application. So it made it that much easier for me. Thanks, Shopper.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, Naomi. Fantastic. And I don't know, I was going to also ask, how many of you have ever had a dream but felt handicapped in seeing that dream become a reality? Like you have something, a dream, a passion, something that knots in your belly every time you think about it, but you just can't do something about it. Anyone ever had a dream and you felt, oh, I don't know how to bring this dream to a reality? Just me, yes. I see one person. Yeah, I see a couple of hands. Another reason, and I like what Naomi said about how, you know, RISE kind of activated the latent passions she already had. So there are things that are in you and you're figuring out how to bring them out. And RISE is great at that, especially because you get to connect with other young people just like yourself who are brilliant, who are exceptional, but at different stages in their lives, different parts of the world. And we have people from refugee camps who are RISE winners. We have kids who are extremely rich. We have kids from STEM backgrounds, from artistic backgrounds. So it really is a melting pot, for developing new ideas and seeing the ones you already have kind of combust into something beautiful. So, yeah. The 500, so if you apply for RISE and then you're chosen to become one of the 500 finalists, you do get some added benefits, such as additional funding opportunities to experiment with innovative ideas that you might have. So basically seed funding, which is why I was asking you if you have a dream, and for instance, money is a hindrance, RISE is able to support you in seeing that seed, that idea, that seed become a tree, a flower. And some of the benefits include Duolingo English test waivers, which depending on the university, for instance, you're applying to, universities accept that as a certification of your English capabilities before you can start in their universities. So that's also a key and very practical addition, useful benefit of being a RISE applicant in this stage, being a RISE finalist. And then if you're, you know, I don't want to say lucky, if you work hard enough and you become one of the 100 global winners, like Naomi, you receive benefits for life to scale your impact, and some of it is needs-based college scholarships, and I will show you where some of our RISE winners are now today. You get invited to a fully funded residential summit, which is extremely exciting, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on. You get access to specialized programs, mentorship. Again, mentorship is really important when you're young and you're just growing and you're trying to figure things out. There are people who've gone further down the line than you. You want to be a physicist, there's someone who's a physicist already who you can speak to and be connected to, who can help you along the way. Okay, so the RISE Residential Summit. So as I was saying earlier, all of the 100 global winners get an invitation to attend this 3-week residential summit. This year, it was in Cape Town, South Africa, and I was privileged to be there. Absolutely amazing. We had, I think, 97 out of the 100 global winners from 2021 attend, and it changed their lives. I know, Naomi, you only just became a RISE Global winner. We don't know where we're going for 2022 yet. It could be anywhere in the world. It could be Singapore. It could be Mauritius. We don't know. But what are your hopes for the RISE Residential when you do get to go as a RISE winner?
Okay, so while I was still a RISE finalist, that was actually when the 2021 cohorts went to South Africa. So I was doing a bit of stalking on RISE's Instagram page, and I saw that they went to South Africa. And the videos that they posted, they looked so fun. You know, they had the NBA come and they played hoops with them. They had different people come to talk to them. And it looked like such an inspiring environment. And so what I hope for next year's summit, I'm really excited to just be immersed in a completely new culture. So aside from being in a completely new environment and learning new things, I'll be surrounded by 99 different people from different cultures, coming from different families, you know, with different stories to tell. And it promises to be an extremely inspiring experience, you know. There's nothing I can do that it won't be fun, that it won't be adventurous, that it won't be exciting. So.
And the 100 global winners for this year, so you get to live with these people for 3 weeks. You get to also share a room with them. So I think the global winners had like 2 people to 1 room. So you might be from Tanzania sharing a room with a kid from Palestine. So that's amazing. So yeah, and one thing I really liked about the RISE Residential Summit was the opportunity for the young people to connect to organizations on ground in South Africa. Now, if you know South Africa has a very interesting and complex political history. So the kids were able to engage with organizations on ground doing amazing work in South Africa and learn from them, as well as doing sort of expeditions. So we went kayaking, we did some sightseeing of Cape Town. So it truly was an enriching opportunity and time in Cape Town. You've already heard from Naomi. So how do you apply? So there are 5 key steps to applying for RISE. So you register on our web portal, basically a website, and I think our banner isn't up, but there's a QR code which you can scan to register. You complete a project. Now, you guys are already project managers. You're here because you completed a project fairly successfully. So you complete a project, but this time, as opposed to doing it in a group, you're doing it as an individual. You tell us about yourself, and then, as Naomi was saying, your peers, so other people who apply for RISE, watch your videos and review, because we believe young people know each other, probably even more than us adults and experts. So we want to hear what other people who've applied for RISE think of your application and if they judge it worthy. And then you do some quizzes and games. For year 3, you need to complete all these steps by January 25. So time is ticking. And remember, you're only 15 to 17 once. So if you want to apply for RISE and you're 17, you really need to get in there and apply before you age out of it. The RISE finalists. So if you become a finalist, you're invited to what we call a finalist day, which is basically an assessment day, but this is completely virtual, where you get to do some problem-solving games, and we get to look at your team working skills. Again, these are skills you're already showcasing, which is why you're change makers and why you're here. And then you also get to do an interview with some of our selectors. And then if you're chosen to become a winner, this will be announced late next year. Okay, so I see that there are a few adults here. So if you're an adult, this is for you. So if you're over the age of 21, do you want to raise your hand? Don't be ashamed. It's okay to be over the age of 21, to be over the age of 21 and proud. So we're looking for selectors. So we're able to find these talented young people through the selectors who help us. So they're a team of volunteers, and this is really what I work on. My day job is working with we have over 1,000 selectors now in our pool who help us in identifying youth talent. So RISE selectors serve as either project reviewers or finalist day selectors. So what project reviewers do is they watch the videos that kids from across the world have submitted and help us to pick the ones they think are really amazing and deserve to be seen by our finalist day selectors. Finalist day selectors are the ones who actually see these young people in the assessment days, which happen virtually and online. So the next slide shows you, so the selectors are helping us to review these applications based on the RISE traits. Again, you'll find more of this information on the RISE website. So the RISE traits are brilliance, perseverance, integrity, empathy, and a calling to serve others. And these are the things we're looking for from our selectors. And you can also see some of the benefits of being a RISE selector. One, you get certification if that's something that's of interest to you. You get to connect with peers and industry professionals. Like this year, I've had people from NASA sign up to be RISE selectors. I was talking about a physicist. I have an astrophysicist as a selector. We have people in government as selectors. So it really is a rich group of industry professionals that anyone would want to be a part of. So I would encourage anyone here who is interested in volunteering for RISE to scan that QR code or go on our website. Okay, so you might be thinking, okay, I want to apply for RISE, but what can I actually do, even though I think you guys might not be asking that question? Again, because you're here, you know how to develop a project, you know how to think of solutions to problems, but I'll give you ideas of what other people have done who are now RISE winners. So here are some of our RISE winners from the continent. We have Tommy Sin. She created a website with a series of quizzes for girls interested in STEM to connect them to opportunities. So Tommy Sin is actually in university now, and I believe she's at Imperial College London. We have Henrietta from Ghana, who educated the public on recycling and the effects of plastic waste on the environment. And I know a lot of your projects are actually trying to respond to climate change. We have Ikena, also from Nigeria. He developed a website to educate Nigerian teens on the importance of cyber security. A few more. So, Mira from the United States, she compiled an art anthology to empower women of color as the youngest National Youth Poet Laureate. We have Michael from South Africa. He taught young students how to think and act like entrepreneurs in his fight to alleviate poverty. And we have Guilherme from Brazil. He established a non-profit to deliver devices and connect underprivileged communities to the internet. So really, your project can be on really anything as long as it's responding to an issue within the community or an issue that you see needs a solution. And I'll ask Naomi to talk a little bit about what her project was as well, if you don't mind.
Okay, so a bit of backstory before I tell you about my project is I noticed in Nigeria, we tended to, when we fall sick, we tend more towards traditional healthcare rather than modern healthcare, or we tend towards prayer, for example. So in my church, my pastor told us a story about how a member of the church came to him and asked him to pray for him because he was sick. And they told him to go to the hospital, but he didn't do it. And a few days later, he actually passed away. And we see these things happen all the time in Nigeria. I have a family member that this happened to that passed away because they didn't, go to the hospital. And I'm not saying that if they went to the hospital, they would have been fine today, but at least it would have enabled them to take an action towards improving their own health. So I found that this problem stemmed from a lack of awareness and a lot of stigma surrounding healthcare in Nigeria. So what I did was simple. I created a website like a lot of others did. But in my website, I went myself physically to go interview the doctors, or I emailed them, or I sent them text virtually. So they would send me videos of them explaining different concepts in healthcare to remove that stigma, to create that awareness about healthcare. So I also employed other people my age, other youths like you, I wanted the website to be completely original, so I had them make illustrations for the website, and I had them make a blog for the website. Actually, has anybody heard of Agbo here? Okay. Yeah, so Nigerian parents give it a lot to their children when they are sick, and I actually have a blog post coming up titled "Is Agbo Really Effective?" That might not be a big hit with the Nigerian parents, but okay, so that's just a snapshot of what the whole website is like, and this is something I was really passionate about because, as I said, I had seen it happen to a lot of people, so that really inspired me to do my project, and so the website is called One Mind. I don't really want to plug in that everybody should go visit the website. so as he said, please view it. It's really inspiring. I want everyone to see it. I want people to be aware of what they're putting into their bodies. I'm a fan of people making informed opinions. So I want them to make informed opinions about their health, about their bodies. So that's what the website was about, and that was my project. So thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. And then we're almost done. And thank you guys for clapping and encouraging Naomi. That's really great. So we're our Rise winners today. So I was telling you earlier that our Rise winners, so the oldest Rise winner is probably 19 because we're only 2 years old. And remember, they start at 15. So they're at Yale, University of Oxford, University of Chicago, really MIT. So a wide variety of places where our Rise winners are going on to with the help of Rise. So it's really exciting to see where they continue to grow into as they mature into professionals. So that's really the end of our presentation. So that was actually a picture taken in Cape Town, South Africa on the NBA day you were talking about, where a few NBA basketball players came to inspire the Rise winners. So that's the end of our presentation. Naomi and I are here for the rest of the day. If you have any questions, do come up, let us know, especially speak to Naomi. She knows what it is like to apply. So that's it. And I'm here for the duration of this event, so you can find me as well if you have any questions. So that's it. Thank you, Naomi. You did great.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Do you have questions? If you do, feel free. Please ask away. Naomi and I are happy to answer. Any questions, any thoughts, any comments? Let's not make the silence any more awkward than it is. One question, at least. I suspect people. Oh, okay. I see a hand. Do you have a question?
My name is Helen, and I think that the platform that you've created for us as people of my generation is very good and very informative. However, I do have a question. I want to ask, in the beginning, now, when you want to start, where can we reach you?
Yes.
And do we need to be following up, as in, yes, the concept is there, but now actualizing it, if you're interested, is what's my question.
So I'll start with the first one, and Naomi, do you mind taking the second half? I think I understand the question. So the second question, I think what you're saying, Helen, is, so you've applied for RISE. What support is available to seeing you complete the RISE process, complete your RISE project, right?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So the first part of the question is, for more information, our website, and the QR code is on our banner, which will be up soon. So just scan the QR code, and you can go into the place where you apply, straight up. And I will say, is it? Has it been there the whole time? Okay, well, there it is. So just scan the QR code for more info. But in terms of support you receive as an applicant, you were an applicant. Do you want to explain?
Okay, so after you submit your project and the deadline has passed and everything, you wait a bit to hear back from them. And they will inform you whether you're a finalist or not. But before that, before they inform you whether you're a finalist or not, like Chopper said, you're already part of a community. So you're on the Discord platform. And on the Discord platform, they send you different resources and stuff and different opportunities. And when you become a finalist, I actually participated in a course, an AI course, from it was virtual, and it really helped. So I made a whole blueprint for an AI with the help of them, and it was an 8-week intensive program, and it was really amazing. And so there are different opportunities like that when you become a RISE finalist, even just from applying. So, yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
And I guess one thing to add is also, I guess, whilst you're applying as well, we hold workshops. We're holding workshops as we speak for applicants, just to help you develop your projects. And we have things we call think sheets, which again, help in developing your project. So we support you along the way to put, and there are videos on YouTube again to help you. So we do try to scaffold you in putting your best foot forward. Thanks for that question, Helen.
Any other question? Yes?
Hello, my name is Florence, and I have a question.
Yep.
I've seen most of the ideas have been presented is about internet. What if you have an idea not internet related, but it is still going to help?
Yes. Yeah, so I could have shown you way more slides of the projects that the other RISE winners did, and I think that was just an odd coincidence. So we have winners who have, as I said, done projects relating to STEM. So for instance, we had someone who helped, I think, build something that could help in the delivery of blood to patients who were in areas where it was difficult to get blood donations. We have people who've developed more RT projects. It really varies. So whatever your passion is, there is a way you can articulate it into a project. So don't worry, it doesn't have to be tech-based or climate change-based, because I know climate change seems to be a very hot topic for obvious reasons, but a wide variety of specialities are acceptable. Again, more information is on the website, and you can see what the other winners have done. So she's 1 out of 200 winners. On our website, you can see what the other winners created in their projects. But good question.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Mabel, and I have a question.
Yes.
Now, when I'm going to apply, does it require a project?
Yes.
Okay. So, in order to apply, I must be ready with my project.
No. Yeah. So you basically can start the project within your application. So for instance, you went onto our website today and completed a few pieces of profile information, like your name, where you're from. Your project could be something that you're starting right now. It could also be something you've already started, for instance, what you're doing for JA now, but the piece that you submit to RISE has to be new. So it could be an existing project that already has been happening, but the piece that you submit for your RISE project has to be something you've done specifically, one, individually, not as a group, and specifically for the RISE program. So it depends. Yes, time is limited. You really do want your project to be something that you can deliver within the time frame you have. So RISE applications actually opened in October. So now that you're hearing of it, time is a bit more limited, but it's still possible to build something. You can build a prototype. It doesn't have to be an end product. But yeah, a project is a key part of the RISE application. Anything to add, Naomi? Yeah, hope that answers your question. Okay. Yeah, I think we're done with questions. Yes, I said, guys, we're here, so find us if you have any more thoughts. Thank you for your time. Oh, yes.
All right, so please let's come up and join her for pictures. Quick pictures. Change makers, please come up and join JA Africa. All right, so I thought we were, we're not as active, but I see we're back. Please let's come up very quickly to join her for pictures. Thank you so much for the presentation, Shokwe, and thank you so much for sharing your experience, Naomi. All right? Let's join. I see that we're waiting for who's going to go up first. Please, let's go up very quickly. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure we've gotten it. Please wait on stage while we give Shokwe and Naomi the opportunity to please take their leave. The change makers should please wait on stage. And then I'd like to invite Dennis from Tomorrow Foundation to come and join the change makers for a picture. Dennis and Simi. All right, please let's invite them. Now, while they are making their way to the stage, I want you to look to the person beside you and tell that person, I'm a change maker. Look like you mean it. Come on. Look like you mean it. I am a change maker. You don't know that it's a privilege to stand beside you. All right. So welcome Dennis and Simi for the pictures. All right. Let's hold on a bit. We can get the banners. All right. Are you ready for the next picture? Do you have that smile ready to go? That beautiful J&J Africa smile? Okay, let's just wait a minute. We're trying to get our roll-up banner ready. We're trying to get our roll-up banner ready for it. All right, we can go on. Set and go. Somebody say cheese. Somebody say J&J Africa. Amazing. Somebody say Tomorrow Foundation. All right. A big thank you to all our sponsors for making this event happen. A big thank you to them. All right. Are we good with the pictures? Thank you. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. All right, so by now you already got a blank slip, and you would recall that I mentioned that we're going to be filling in details of our suggested theme for next year. So the theme for this year is, remind me, what's the theme for this year? Amazing, that's the theme for COY 2022. Now we are looking to COY 2023. And we would love your suggestions. So now you're going to get a piece of paper. And I want you to please note your proposed name. What are you thinking about for 2023? We'd like you to be a part of it. We'd like you to give us suggestions. Thank you very much. Your feedback is important to us. So please, let's do that. Let's note the proposed name of the COY 2023. We're going to take a quick break, but I won't let you go until I ask you a few questions. You know, earlier on, I asked you to describe where you're from without telling me. This time around, just a few questions, and then we'll take a break and resume by one. All right. So how about we write now, and then I do the questions afterwards. Please, in that slip, in about 3 minutes, write your suggested theme. What do you suggest we call the COY 2023? What's it going to be? I'm sure that your ideas will be very useful to us. So don't think that that idea is too little or maybe it won't be helpful. Your ideas are very important to us. So please write your proposed theme on that slip of paper. And we're going to get it back in about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes, please. Thank you. So she's going to stay over there in the middle, and then you can pass it on to her. And of course, our virtual audience, please keep it coming in the chat box. Type it in the chat box. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your brilliant ideas about the theme for JA Africa's 13th COY. And who knows where it's going to hold? You know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. So sit back and get ready to find out. So about 1 more minute for us to put down our suggestions. Please put it down. All right. Please let's pass it on to her. Let's pass on the theme. If you are done, please say, I'm done. If you're not done, please say, wait for me. If you're done, say, I'm done. Okay, if you're not done, please say, wait for me. Okay, so some people are neither done nor finished. You're not finished and you're not writing at the same time. So we're at the middle. How many people, let's indicate by a show of hands, how many people are done writing? Please raise your hands. Hi. Okay. If you want us to give you a few more seconds, please raise your hands. Anybody? All right. I see about 2 people who want us to just give them a few seconds. We'll give you a few seconds more. Because your idea, your thought, your suggestion is very important to us. So please, go ahead and write it down. Your suggested theme for 2023. Are we done? Is everyone done now? Is there anyone that needs some more time? Anybody needs some more time? Okay, a few people still need some more time. All right. Are we good? Okay, we've got 2 more people. Okay, people who just came in. All right. So suggested theme for JA Africa's COY 2023. suggest the theme for the COY 2023. While we're waiting for just about 2 people, let me ask you a few questions. And this time around, I'm the one asking, right? I mean, you had the opportunity to ask, and you'll still have other opportunities to ask. But this time around, I'm the one asking. Who knows the name of the country that hosted the first JA Africa COY? The name of the country that hosted the first one. Who can tell us? Somebody says, are they here? So you want a hint. You want a hint. It's a country in Africa. Do you like the hint? Not strong enough. Okay. The last word of the country, the last word when you spell the country is an A. The country that hosted the COY 20, no, I'm not going to give you the year, but the first COY. Let's start with that. The first COY for J Africa. Yes. Do we have a second microphone? Please, can you give it to her?
Ghana.
Not correct. All right, please, can you pass it to the front? Can you pass it to the front? She's been raising her hand.
South Africa.
Not correct. So the last word as an A is not a great cue, actually, because I realized that a number of countries have A. So I'm glad I said that. What's it?
Namibia.
Namibia, not correct. So what we are doing is we are ruling out all the countries, and someone will soon say Nigeria, because it's an A that ends. Are you about to say Nigeria? Okay. So I can see what you're doing. You are ticking the boxes. Namibia gone. South Africa gone. What's it going to be? The country that hosted the first COY for JA Africa. The country that hosted the first one. Okay. She wants to try. Okay.
Kenya.
Correct. All right, now this one is easy. This one is easy. You do a quick math. Okay, we can just please. You do quick math and you get it. When was the first time? Which year was the first COY held? First JA Africa COY. What year did it hold? Okay, so you can all echo it together. Okay, so this is the 12th one and it's 2022. So the first one, it's an annual event, was 2010. Now let's break, stretch our legs, take a break, we stretch our legs, get some more snacks, and we're supposed to be back here for 12:45, 15 minutes to 1 p.m. So please, this is an opportunity for you to take a break, stretch your legs, network, meet someone, use the bathroom if you may, and then come back by 12:45. Thank you.
tó fẹ́ ṣe lé nìyí ẹ̀kọ́ tá a níṣẹ́ lọ́la a níṣẹ́ lọ́tún láì mọ bá yín ṣiṣẹ́ every time ó kàn fẹ́ kó make sure pé everything wà alright síbẹ̀ ni just because ẹ nífẹ̀ẹ́ òun bẹ̀ tóun ò bá síbẹ̀ ó máa rányàn wà náà ó ṣọ́ ọmọdé iṣẹ́ ló ń wà náà. And all the countries.
There's one mic with them. 7 mics on stage. 7 mics on stage. Yes. I didn't think they said 7 mics. The only mic they said in the meeting was 4 mics. They didn't say 7 mics. There's one mic.
So honestly, our stage is big right now. No pay attention. Honestly. I no tell nowhere, but something say you know.
No, give the moderator one of the show. Give the moderator that one. Which one? No, that one. The moderator. So you have this one.
Ready? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I can't hear that. Good morning, everybody. Oh, good afternoon, actually. Maybe that's why you didn't answer. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. We're about to get started. All the chairs that are here are going to be filled up now. My name is Rufai Ladipo, and I'm a board member of J&J Nigeria. Under the former auspices of Simi, who has now gone higher and higher. So I'm going to introduce the people that will be sitting across the chairs. And the first person is Ashish Advani, CAJ Worldwide. Simi Nwogogo, CAJ Africa. Please join. PMIF rep, Tim Swain. Are you here? The student rep, Folami Misiolua. Are you here? I have other people coming, and as they do come, I will introduce them, most especially from First Bank of Nigeria and City Foundation. Tomorrow Foundation rep, Dennis, is he here? Thank you very, very much. We're about to get on with the show. And it's a press conference. And this press conference is quite different. It's not the like that there's going to be one individual speaking and the media asking questions and the rest of it. So it's a different format entirely. And I would like you all to flow with us. It's about about 1:05. So we're not doing badly. We're supposed to start at 1 p.m., so 1:05. So give yourself a round of applause for making it here. That's fine. So, having introduced everybody now, I think we have a little bit of things that we really we have to get into. The guidance for our press conference panel. All of these people seated here are our press conference panel, and at the end, at one point or another, some questions are going to be going to them, one after the other, and they'll be able to provide all the necessary information. Do we have the media people around here? Where are they? Media? Show by Elizabeth. Just wave. Okay. Any more? Yeah, I'm sure. Where is Channels? Channels TV. Ah, okay. I was looking for Lumea. That's fine. So, this is an opportunity for us to bring visibility to the competition. That is the Junior Achievement Africa Company of the Year Award, which has started a few days ago and is going to be rolling into 2 days from now. And the grand finale, I believe, is coming up on Friday. So it's an opportunity to meet the funders, the people that are really making things happen for junior achievement, both at the global level and also at the sub-regional level, which is Nigeria. It's also an opportunity for the media, you media, and other guests, other stakeholders that are here present, and the students, companies. It's also an opportunity for the media and other guests ask questions on the efforts of JA and its partners around youth empowerment on the continent. So we're going to start from the top and work our way down gradually to the sub-regional level. Now, to Mr. Ashish, my very dear friend, can you share with us about the purpose of this event and what are your expectations for this week? Also bear in mind that Ashish was also an alum of junior achievement many years back, I believe in the United States, right? Good. So he's going to be giving us his own experience and in relation to what we are here to do. Over to you, Ashish.
Great, thank you so much. And you're right that I'm also an alumnus of the program that you're all here for. And you can tell based on how old I look that it happened a long, long time ago. But I do remember it like it was just yesterday, partly because it keeps me young to be able to come to events such as this and see all of your expectant faces getting ready for the competition. And the competition is just one element of the experience of company program. For those of you who don't know, who are from the media, company program is a multi-week experience where for many young people, it's their first time actually launching a real business. A chance to see what all the roles of being an entrepreneur really are about, whether you have a marketing role or a finance role, or whether you have a leadership role. When I was young, I had a leadership role of being a CEO when I was just 14 years old. And when you have the experience of being an entrepreneur that young, it starts to impact your own trajectory for what you believe is possible for the future. And certainly for me and for many of the young people who've gone through the program, the chance of being an entrepreneur later in life and thinking of yourself as a job creator, somebody who can create a job for yourself and for other people, it starts to go up in your mind, because when you've done it when you're 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, the chance of you doing it when you're 20-something or 30-something or 40-something is much higher. Or put differently, if you haven't done it at a young age, the chance of you thinking at a later stage that you're just going to magically become an entrepreneur is much lower. So I think one of the things that JA does so well, young people at a time of their life where they're deciding who they are and who they can become. And from my own personal experience, I know it helped me rethink my entire life trajectory. And I really hope it does that for you as well. So my expectation of this event is that all of you, not just the young people, but all of the others who've come, including the JA staff, the board members, the funders, the sponsors, you get to see a taste of one element of the experience of being part of Junior Achievement. And I will tell you that once you get hooked on it, it will allow you to want to keep coming back and back and back. So I hope that's a good introduction. And I would love my fellow panelists to also share their perspective as we circulate through this.
We're not going to let you off the hook yet, Ashish. Okay. Because you are the CEO of JA Worldwide, and the event happens globally, so periodically, you have had the opportunity to see each one of them. So what has been your own experience as an observer? Let me put it that way.
So let me give you just a few basic statistics of our organization around the world. And I hope, particularly for the young people here, it'll make you feel part of something bigger than yourselves. So we reach now well over 15 million young people all over the world on an annual basis. Globally, we have alumni who've gone through the program, just like you, that now number over 150 million. And for the members of the media, this includes not just the high-profile entrepreneurs who you see winning awards and getting venture capital. There are many of those, but it also includes all the small-scale entrepreneurs, the ones who really are in the business of creating a livelihood for themselves and other people. And I think it's important to remember that as we think about the impact of our organization. And the reason we are able to deliver this impact is because of our sponsors, who come to us and find a way to partner that's a win-win. So we have now partnerships with over 70% of the Fortune 200 companies in the world. So JA has really built deep relationships with these large organizations. Now in Africa, many of them haven't yet established operations in Africa, or they're very nascent in Africa. And so we need to supplement the support in Africa with forward-thinking foundations. And I'm so happy that we have two represented here on the panel, because it's because of forward-thinking foundations that we can actually build real scale for where young people exist in the world. You will know all the statistics of where young people are today and are going to be in the future. And this continent is where it's at. So how do we bring the power of JA more prominently to countries across Africa? It's going to be through partnerships with forward-thinking foundations.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the funders, I would like the JA Africa CEO, Simeon Wogogo, to please give us some highlights and insight into this event and a few other things that I think will be of benefit to the audience.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ladipo, and welcome to gentlemen and ladies of the press, and as well as our guests. So JA Africa operates in 13 countries across Africa, and our primary mission is to inspire and prepare young people for success in the global economy. We reach over 300,000 youth annually in these 13 countries that we operate, and our goal is to triple that over the next 3 years to reach 1 million youth annually by 2025. We're able to do this because of the partnership of some of the funders you see on stage with me today. I think our primary success is based on the partnerships that we've been able to build over the years, both with the public sector, with the governments of the different countries that we're in, as well as the private sector, and as Ashish said, the forward-thinking foundations that we have represented today, particularly with Tomorrow Foundation and Project Management Institute Educational Foundation on the stage with me today, as well as City Foundation, who've been funding us for years. And really the way that we work at Junior Achievement is to partner with them to deliver the program. So it's not, they don't just write checks. We have employees going to schools to act as volunteers to teach the programs. So the program that all these young people have gone through today is a company program, which is our entrepreneurship program for young people in senior secondary school, where they actually build a business from scratch. And so we have volunteers who go into the classroom, who mentor them through different modules, marketing, finance, project management. And so this is a culmination of that, where in the different countries they've had competitions, and the winning teams are now here today to compete for the Africa trophy. And the Africa winning team then goes to the global competition for the Ralph de la Vega Prize. So we're really excited about this event because it really is a culmination of all the efforts of our teachers, our staff, our volunteers over the past year to really instill something in our students that are demonstrated during this 3-day event to really demonstrate the mastery of entrepreneurship that they've learned through the company program. And again, I just want to join Ashish in thanking the foundations that have made this possible. Because again, it's not just about the writing the check and the volunteering, but it's also about providing capacity to junior achievement. So we have PMI, the Project Management Institute in each country that we're in. We partner with the chapter in that country to help with project management skills, both for JA staff and also for the students that we impact. And like the Tomorrow Foundation is helping us think about digital, our digital strategy. The CEO of the foundation sits on our digital committee. They're supporting our digital entrepreneurship program into translation into French so we can offer it in more French-speaking countries. So we really benefit a lot from these partnerships, and we want to use this as an avenue to also invite other corporate partners who are thinking of partnering with us in any of these 13 countries to really come and support developing entrepreneurship in Africa. We know that we graduate over 12 million youth in secondary school and universities each year to go into the job market, but we're only creating about 3 million jobs a year. So there aren't enough jobs for the number of young people that are entering the workforce, and it's really through entrepreneurship that we'll be able to fill that gap and help build young people who are building their communities. And so we need all the partnerships and support from governments, from private sector to make this possible. And I thank you all for being here today and welcome any questions you have for us.
Thank you very much, Simi. To the audience, please try and follow all the presentations because I'm going to be calling on you to ask your own questions when we get to that particular point. All right. But you also understand the fact that junior achievement, Africa worldwide, junior achievement Nigeria, and indeed in any part of the world, is really moved by volunteers and non-governmental organizations, which now means that we need effort of everybody, and most especially our funders. Two of our funders are here today, Tim Swain and Dennis, right? Great, and you are ready to talk, right? Good. Please give them a round of applause. These are the pillars on which the junior achievement, whether worldwide or even at the local level, stand. Funders, they are the pillars, and they are the ones that are going to be talking with us now. But before then, I should mention to you that 3 awards are going to be presented today from this perspective, and they are the Outstanding Project Management Award, Future Tech Award, and First Bank Future First Award as well. And we hope that at least, we get a lot of people that, a lot of people are already put into it, and chances are the winners will eventually emerge sometime before we all wrap this up by Friday. So, Mr. Jameson, I'd like you to give us something in terms of the funding capabilities now and into the future.
So, hello. You all seem so tired, or maybe you're just mentally preparing for what's about to come tomorrow, but you should just relax. I know it's easy for me to say that I'm not actually in the competition, but so then let me just briefly explain the Project Management Award, and then what that does. So our organization, Project Management Institute Educational Foundation, very long, but PMIEF for short. So we have the Best Project Management Award, and essentially this is given to one of you all as the youth, the teams that have worked so hard to get to this place. And what we're looking for specifically is teams that can basically define the problems that you guys are solving on the board out there, how well you have a plan that's put together, right? The plan can be everything from, how well you communicate with each other, how will you stay within the timelines that you have to deliver your product or your service or your business, And then from there, it's really all about how do you actually implement the plan. And then the last part is the review part, which is essentially, have you asked the right questions around what went right, what did not go right, how can we improve this process in the future? And lastly, this is the reason why we're giving this award. Well, as a side note, I will say this. The prize that the winning team will get is nice. It's very nice. It's very nice. Very, very, very nice, in my humble opinion. So just put that in the back of your minds. But the reason this award, we're giving this award, is simply because, as you guys did with the tower game, right, there are skills that you can learn through project management. And what I realize is when you're able to think outside of the box to solve challenges, that's when you can truly create the kind of change that you want to see. There's a proverb that says that great fires erupt from tiny sparks. Great fires erupt from tiny sparks. And when you have the foundation of the skills that JA is giving you, as well as the rest of these great organizations is giving you, then you have the capacity to utilize those skills to create a spark that will in essence change the world. So,
thank you very, very much. The key phrase here is thinking out of the box. And I'm very sure before the whole thing is over, we will have seen that demonstrated from the presentations from each of the companies that are seated here today. Dennis, do you feel the same way?
So Tomorrow Foundation will grant the Tech Innovation Award. So as you know right now in the world, you have a technology race between two major powers. And I strongly believe that Africa has a strong capacity to really play a major role in this technology race. I receive business proposals in startups and tech field from all over the world, a lot from US, but I receive also a lot from Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, North Africa, and I can tell you that the quality of the business models, the people behind, the technology teams behind, and the way they vision the economies are exactly at the same level as what I see in the rest of the world. So for us, we really believe that Africa needs to integrate digitalization at the heart of all the policies. And the best way to move things, it's, as you know, political can be very slow and complicated, but it has to come from the private field. So that's why we really promote entrepreneurship and innovation to create business leaders that will be able to change policies, that will be able to create jobs, that will be able to be a model for young people to also create their own companies, to create structures for them, to also train them to develop these companies. So that's why we really focus on this.
Project management, and I am aware of several people that have passed through these programs and they have succeeded in life. These programs help us with the basic things that we would implement in our life. It gives us an insight on what to expect when we leave secondary school or whatever school. It gives us this mindset that they don't teach us in school. It shows us the reality of life. And
oh, I'm so much impressed. Please clap for this lady. Wow, wow, wow. This is a future CBN governor. She is a future CBN governor, I can say it. We have somebody from the audience?
Hi everyone, my name is Shegun Kasali from Nigerian Tribune newspapers. I need to commend you because it's a laudable organization in terms of its impact, especially on the youth. You spoke about the fact that the target of the organization is to meet, 200,000 people annually. My question is, in Nigeria, yes. My question is, how many have you been able to reach this year? Because of course 2022 is almost like wrapping up, and in what areas have you been able to empower them? Thank you.
I think we can. See me?
Yes. I was looking for Felicia, but I think she stepped out. But in this year, I think, oh, somebody's pointing to. Oh, okay, there you are, Olaolu.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Currently in this year, our target is to reach about 200,000 beneficiaries, and at the moment, we've been able to reach about 170,000, and we're still on course to reach 200,000. Thank you.
That is quite incredible. I mean, 170 over 200,000. Why don't you just make it 500? I mean, so that.
He had a second part to his question. I'm not sure we've answered that.
There's a second part to it. Yeah.
Okay, so we have different programs and projects that we run at Junior Achievement Nigeria. And one of them is the company program, which is the flagship one. We also have some other programs sponsored by other partners, but particularly the CP, which is the company program, runs almost through the course of the year at different levels, from the school level, state level, to the regional level, and now to the continental level. So, and that's why we are here. But for other programs, we have those that are events, we have those that are projects also. For example, we have partnerships with Google. We also have partnerships with PTI, the Enterprise Challenge Program, which is currently ongoing as well. So there are several programs that make up these numbers that add up to 200,000.
I should also tell you that if you go on our J&J Nigeria website, there's quite a lot of information there for you to download.
Let me just add to it. Talking about the skills, we work across 4 core pillars, which is financial literacy, digital literacy, entrepreneurship, and work readiness. So everything we do, they all constitute these 4 core pillars. So all our programs and projects, they contribute to imparting and building these skills into our beneficiaries. Thank you.
There are 4 pillars that he has told you, and I think work readiness is a very, very, important pillar as far as, junior achievement, programs or activities are concerned, because you really need to get yourself ready. Whatever you learn in school at that level may be theoretical, but at the end of the day, how do you apply that knowledge at the work, in the workplace? So we're going to move ahead as we're about to round up. But we haven't heard much from our media folks that are here. We only had one. This is your section now. I know we have quite a number of media. Yeah, that's somebody there. Microphone, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kelvin Obetin. I work with Channels TV. And thank you for what you are doing and your partners. I'm talking about JA rather. But what you are doing is you are building a solid foundation for a sustainable generation. I don't want to say you are taking the job of what we are supposed to be experiencing in schools, in secondary schools. So in your engagement with these students, as you go to their schools, what do you observe in the schools in terms of what they do? Do you think the schools are doing enough to inculcate knowledge and ready skills, entrepreneurial skills among the students for them to face the world of tomorrow? I want to have your thoughts on that. And what can we do differently here in Africa to match up with global practice, the demand, as what is obtainable outside the world? The other question is, your theme for this year is fueling change makers. And I want to ask to throw more light on that. Tell us how relevant this theme is to the current challenges we face globally.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like Ashish to start because that's a global slant to it. then you can then round it up.
And I'd also love to hear the opinion of the student about what schools are doing well and what schools aren't doing well. But we'll
I'll come to that one.
Good, excellent. So I think the challenge is that education has many objectives. Entrepreneurship is just one of those objectives. So I don't think it's fair to compare us to schools directly, which is why I think we work so well collaboratively with schools, where we have a specific role to play. We bring corporate volunteers and successful entrepreneurs and connect them to students as role models. Schools do many, many other things that we don't do. And as we think about, particularly in Africa, because your question was, I think, very much about, I'll say Africa as opposed to Nigeria, but I think I heard Africa in your question. Given the incredibly high unemployment rates, particularly amongst young people, there's a social obligation to education here to really train, as you said, entrepreneurs and job creators. So how can the education establishment in countries across Africa become even more successful in not only accomplishing their education goals, but accomplishing the job creation goals that are needed for economic stability in the region? And that's where I think JA can be an even more effective partner than we have been. You know, we have so many programs focused on the K-12 sort of age group. But I think we need to be doing more amongst the older youth as well, the ones who are closer to the job market, where we continue our programming for young people as they get closer and closer to age when they actually can start businesses that are sustainable. So I see so much potential for us to do more with education authorities, whether they're high schools or universities, and I see JA continuing to grow and thrive in Africa. But I look forward to Simi's response too.
Well, Simi, could you tell us a little bit about the NYSC program? Because she's just mentioned something in terms of closer to work readiness, which in actual fact started with the NYSC. NYSC is the National Youth Service Corps in Nigeria. You cannot go and work anywhere, otherwise the police will arrest you, unless you have your NYSC certificate. And that is, at that point, you can now go and get a gainful employment. So tell us a little bit about your NYSC program.
Okay, thank you. So in every country that we're in, and I'm glad that Ashish has talked about entrepreneurship and JA's role in partnering with schools. In every country that we're in, we also look at the needs in that country and how JA programs can support in meeting those needs. So in Nigeria, when we started in Nigeria and we started the company program in secondary schools, a lot of people did come to us and say, even our older youth need these programs. They need the work readiness programs, they need the financial literacy programs, they need the entrepreneurship programs. What are you doing for older youth that are closer to the job market? Which is where we brainstormed and came up with this program called Venture in Management Program for NYSC, the National Youth Service Corps, people who are directly getting ready to go into the job market. And that program is a 1-week mini MBA type program that we partner with the Lagos Business School to do to really inculcate business management, leadership, innovative, all the skills that we're teaching our young ones in secondary school to teach that older group in a more defined setting. And then we do a career fair afterwards where we invite employers to come in and employ them. We have various programs like that that are designed to complement, not substitute what school does, really to just complement. These are the skills that you're not getting in school that you need for the workforce. So we're therefore complementing schools with those skills. In terms of your second question about fueling change makers, we believe that we are in, one of the values that we hold there, in fact, is I think our first value, is that we believe in the potential, the unlimited potential of youth. And so we want our young people to be able to look at the problems around them and develop solutions. So we call them change makers because they are the ones that are going to change the story of Africa from being, this problematic, poverty-driven, all kinds of stories that we typically hear about Africa. Let them change that to be the ones that are actually providing solutions, not just to Africa, but to the world. So how are you, providing solutions to great problems like climate change, like food shortage? Everyone is battling with inflation because of the different conflicts around the world and food shortage because of that. What are you doing as young people to create change within your communities, within your countries, and even within the world? And so that's the reason behind the fueling change makers, because we wanted the company program to fuel them for success in creating businesses that are solutions to the problems that we are facing as a global community.
Thanks, Semi. The Venture and Management Program, which I believe, has come out very beautifully well in Nigeria, and I've been part of people who went there to talk. I'm coming.
I just wanted to add to what Simi just said about the current challenging times and crisis. So in crisis, you always have a lot of opportunities. Right now, you have so many companies in the world, in Western countries, who are thinking about relocating their industry in countries where you have cheaper energy, closer to them, to not have an issue with the supply chain logistics, to also have countries where you don't have a strong political environment, where you can have a neutral position with this country. So you have a lot of opportunities in Africa to relocate these industries here, and to find also to use new economic models. When you have a situation in Africa where you have cashew nuts, which are collected in Western Africa and transformed in Vietnam, it's a completely nonsense. So you need to really promote new economic models where you have use of local resources, transfer of technologies, and really involve young people into this new economy. And finally, I wanted to say about one sector. So it's very famous in Nigeria for music and entertainment. You know that it was also one of the missions of Tomorrow Foundation is to make Africa a culturally confident continent. And I think we already passed that point. When you see that now the music industry in Africa create more income than soft commodities, export income than soft commodities. And I'm based in Geneva, and I think in 2 weeks there will be a concert of Burna Boy in Zurich. And he's coming soon in Switzerland, and I'm sure there will be 1,000 people come to see him. So absolutely. You have a huge industry, a huge talent here, and this is something also you need to focus on. I wanted to say fueling change makers, but not only in traditional industries, but you really need to see what you already have, the talents in the entertainment and music and cinema.
Thank you very, very much. Burna Boy, next week? Please get me a ticket, okay? I think you wanted to say something. A question? We have one more, two before we round this up. Any question from the audience?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ebosi Okoronkwo. My question is, I've heard a lot talked about solving problems. My question is, how do you define what problem is important on a global or a local scale, and what problems deserve to be solved, if that makes sense? Because
what problem deserves
to be solved?
To be solved. Yeah. So part of innovation is letting the young people think for themselves. We don't prescribe to them what the problem. So we just told them that the competition is about fueling change makers. Think about the world's greatest problems and think about how you can develop solutions to the world's greatest problems: climate change, food shortage. And they, in their communities, know exactly what problems need to be solved that will create better lives for them as young people and also for other communities. And so it is left to them to convince us when they have their competition tomorrow that they've done a good job of solving that problem. I think that you, where you sit, may decide this problem is worth solving, and it may not be relevant to me in my position. So I think it's a very subjective question.
Thank you very much, Simi. These are the change makers. These people are the change makers. I'd like one or two people to speak from here. Any volunteer? Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to JA Africa and JA Global for making this opportunity to us. I'm coming from Zambia, Lusaka to be specific. JA has really addressed some of the issues that we've been facing in Africa. Because I'm coming from a country whereby the stigma that goes around is that as you're growing up, your parents, the school, the education sector prepares you to find a job. Now, in Zambia, we have a lot of youths that are unemployed. And then you ask this question, everyone is getting educated. We have a lot of educated people, but none of them are working. So that, in fact, it's a problem. Then JA came in, offered the solution, equipped us in our schools with entrepreneurship skills, and then not actually growing up to look for a job, but growing up to create jobs. Then actually giving a chance to the youths that are coming up to not only think in the line of the way our ancestors used to think, if I use that term, but thinking on how best we can help and grow Africa. Among the 6 continents, Africa is mostly regarded as the one that's a bit underdeveloped. But JA has given Africa the chance now to come up on the map and also be in the line of the big powerhouses of this earth that we share. And then I want to say thank you to the CEO of JA Global, the CEO of JA Africa for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Ashish, good credentials. Please go ahead.
I just want to say I want to leave now because I feel so fulfilled from hearing this. I don't need any more stimulation for the rest of this event, but thank you. That's
very great testimony. Now, do we have any other person? Just a lady, maybe? I have them all over the place. No, you've been looking at me. Come on.
Come on, girls.
Yeah, come on, girls. Come on. Yeah, any one of you. Come on. Okay, I'm going to pick. Oh, yeah, come. Where is one? Anyone from the back? Okay, great. Clap for her, please.
Thank you. I'm Mabel from Uganda. And first of all, I would like to thank JA for this great opportunity. In fact, in our country, very many people have ideas, they have skills, but we don't know how to bring them up. But JA has given us that opportunity whereby different people have ideas. We, the young generation, we have come up with various innovations. You just don't need to depend on books only, but you've also got entrepreneurial skills, whereby I myself, I can manage my business with these skills I have. So we are hoping to continue with further innovations, acquire very many skills. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Jay is going places. All right, Simi, do you plan to introduce VIMP in other parts of Africa?
Yes, so that's one of the conversations we're having with the Lagos Business School, actually. They've created a curriculum for us that can be used virtually so that, not everyone has to come to the Lagos Business School. But we're looking at it to see how viable it is and how it can be funded to go across Africa.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to give all the panelists 1 minute each to say, just to round up.
So, in addition to everything they have said, I would like to appreciate JA Africa, JA Worldwide, and their sponsors, because all this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime experience that prepares us for our future. They teach us skills, they prepare us for what is ahead, and I'm really thankful for this opportunity, and I would love other people to continue to indulge in this. I would love it if J Africa should be everywhere in the world so other people can have access to what we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashish.
So I know you're going to hear a lot of gratitude from, I'm sure, the people who speak after me. So I'm going to go in a different direction and say that the energy that we have in this room right now, let's remember it, because we want all of you, when you grow up and become our age, to be on stage here and give back to other people.
Absolutely.
So if you can just remember this to pay it forward.
Really just to say thank you to everyone that's made this happen, and to let you young people know that you are the solution providers we're looking for. People of my generation are looking to people of your generation to be the change makers. I think, when you look at, some of the protests around the world, they're fueled by young people from anywhere, Iran, Nigeria, NSAS, all these things. So we're really looking to you to be not just the protesters, but also the innovators that will create those solutions that will elevate Africa on the global world stage, where people actually come to Africa for solutions, and they come and say, okay, how did they solve the problem of youth unemployment? How did they solve climate change? How did they? I really believe that you guys can do that, and I'm looking to you to do that, to make me proud and to make all of us proud. And then to thank, of course, our sponsors, who are the ones who are making this possible. To thank Ashish. Since I've been in this role, the J Worldwide Senior Leadership led by Ashish has really been supportive of Africa. And I remember particularly the social impact bond that they gave to us, which, and I'm not sure if some of you know what a social impact bond is, but basically it's like a loan that converts into a grant if you meet the terms of the loan. And it is to invest in our expansion in Africa. So if you join me in giving J Worldwide a round of applause for that investment. So, and the entire board of J Worldwide is really committed to Africa and to elevating us in Africa. So I'm looking to you all to make me proud, and I know you will. And so thank you, everyone. Thank you to all the EDs, the staff, the teachers, everybody that makes it all possible. Thank you.
Just run up.
I just want to say that I'm really looking forward to see all the teams tomorrow and the competition, because I had a very great memory of the last physical competition I attended in Ghana, and so amazing to see the enthusiasm and the ideas and the love for the country, and the way you are all so positive and so ambitious, and I really looking forward for that. And I would like also to say, like Simi, that we count on you to change all these sectors in Africa. And as I said at the beginning, from what I saw, you have all the capacities to do that.
Thank you very much, Tim.
I'm just looking forward to meeting some of you and talking to you and the wonderful ideas that will come about tomorrow. That's all.
I'd like to say a very big thank you to all our panelists for your time. Tim, Dennis, Simi, Ashish, Folami, thank you very much. Please give them another round of applause. I think it's been a great time for what we've done today as kind of our springboard to bigger events tomorrow and the day after. And we hope that as junior achievement continues to grow in leaps and bounds, there will be more youth empowerment. I'll be able to get our youth out of the roads right into the classrooms and become somebody in life. And we can see a lot of examples here. from Uganda, from Zambia, I believe, and across Africa, across the world. Okay, so please pass on the message when you get back home. And those of you who are in Nigeria, you also please help us to pass on the message. Junior achievement, whether locally or at the global level, is the end thing as of now. So I want to thank all of you for coming. You've taken a lot of your time today. And I believe I was told we have a photo session. So could you like to come up a little bit so we can take some
Okay,
audio?
before that, I just wanted to quickly say thank you to Mr. Ladipo. Please help give him a round of applause.
Really,
Thank you to J Nigeria for hosting us. Thank you, Felucia. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think we can take some. Where is Samuel? How is it? Is it up here or down here? Okay. Down? Okay, just direct us.
Amazing. A big thank you to our moderator and the panelists. I believe that as they're making their way down the stage, we should give them another round of applause. Thank you. It was insightful. It was truly, truly insightful. I like the perspective of one of our change makers as well. And I like the contributions from the floor. Now we are breaking for lunch. Anybody hungry? Okay, it looks like we're not hungry. Let's just go ahead till 8 p.m. I don't like that face. It's not smiling any longer. All right, so we're breaking for lunch. Before we go, please let's reconvene here for the students, the change makers. Please be back here by 3:30 p.m. to move on with the next session. The next session is very interesting. Very interesting. You don't want to miss out on it, and you don't want to be late. 3:30 p.m. Now, I'd also like to make an announcement for the executive directors. Please, executive directors are to convene at the Roko Hall by 3 p.m. And the program managers are to convene at the Amber Hall upstairs, where registration was done by 3 p.m. Meanwhile, the students are coming back by 3:30 p.m. So please, let's go have some lunch, get refreshed, network. If you want to use the bathroom, by all means, and then be back by 3:30 p.m. All right, thank you.
iPhone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, the buffet point is ready for lunch. You can go to the buffet point and have your lunch. Yeah, thank you.
It's 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Please let's come back into the hall. We're about to begin. 3 minutes to go. Let's take our seat. We're about to begin the next session, and we have a game and a prize. So please let's get into the hall in 3 minutes. Thank you. Africa change makers, please make your way back into the hall. We're set to begin. We're ready for the next session. If you have friends that are not here, please send them a text and ask them to come back into the hall. We are ready for the next session. We're going to have a quick game, and there are some prizes up. So if you're not in the hall, you are missing out on the game, you're missing out on the prizes, you're missing out on everything. So please remind your friends to walk back into the hall. If you're still having lunch and networking, there's enough room to network later on. Please come back into the hall. We are set to begin. It's time to begin. let's fill up the spaces. I'll ask the ushers to please nudge people to take their seats and to fill up the seats in front as well. So please, let's nudge them to take their seats. We are set to begin. The facilitators are standing by and ready to take us through the next session. All right, so please, let's take our seats and get ready for the next session. If the person beside you is not back here, I see a lot of empty seats here. If the person beside you is not back here and you have their phone numbers, send them a text and ask them to come back into the hall. We are set to begin. If you can hear my voice and you are outside, please come back inside. We are ready. As a matter of fact, we have already taken about 2 or 3 minutes of our time. So please, let's come back into the session. And to our virtual audience, trust you're having a lovely time at home. Trust you're learning, enjoying. Trust you had a great time at lunch as well. Let me ask, did we have a good time at lunch? Did we? Okay, did anybody have any local dishes here? If you had a local dish, please raise your hand. Anything like pounded yam, anything like semo, anything like eba, any of those local dishes, did you have them? Okay, who had something new? If you had something new for the first time, please raise your hand. You tasted something new today? Nobody? Okay. How many people had Nigerian jollof? Anybody? Okay. All right. We need all our participants to be in here. This session is very important. As I mentioned, I have a quick quiz for us before we go into it. So, I remember that we had a press briefing. Do you recall that we had a press briefing? Okay. And a lot of things were talked about. Who remembers the 4 core pillars of JA? 4 core pillars. I'm going to take the first person to raise her hand or his hand. 4 core pillars of JA. Does anybody remember? I have a prize for this one. The 4 core pillars of JA. Does anybody remember? Does anybody want to try? Don't search on Google. Don't search online. Just try to recall, what are the 4 core pillars of JA? What are the 4 core pillars around which activities of JA is built? What are they? Can anybody remember? My gift is going. My prize is going. Don't search online. Do not search online. 4 core pillars. Who will bail the cat? Who remembers the 4 core pillars of JA? Should I tell you and I'll take the prize? You want to try? Okay, yes, please come. Do you have a microphone to please hand over to her? The 4 core pillars of JA. What are they? Okay, the microphone is not on. Can you please put it on? Okay. Okay, let me pass my own microphone. Or can we get another microphone to her? Okay, or should I pass my own? Okay, you could give it to her. I think she's bringing some. Thank you so much. She's bringing a microphone. The 4 core pillars of JA. Please tell us.
Financial literacy, world readiness, and digital marketing. I don't know the first one.
Okay, you said financial literacy. The second one is?
World readiness.
Okay. Work readiness. Okay, what are the remaining 2?
Digital marketing. Is it digital marketing?
Okay. It's not digital marketing, but I think you're close. She said financial literacy. She said work readiness. Does anybody want to help her? 4 core pillars of JA. It was said during the press briefing, and I'm sure that during one of the speeches, it has been mentioned as well. Okay. So she gets 2/4. Somebody, you want to help? Okay. Please pass the microphone.
Resolving climate change.
Oh, I mean, that's a great and noble cause, but that's not one of the 4 core pillars of JA. Financial literacy. So you're going to say it after me because you didn't learn it. Oh, someone wants to. You want to try? Okay.
Entrepreneurship.
Okay. Entrepreneurship is one of it, correct? Okay. If you're able to give me, if one person is able to give me 2/4, I will give the person a prize. Even though you didn't get 4/4. But for 2/4, I will give a prize. I think she already gave me 2/4. Can you give me one more? Can you give me one more? Going? All right, don't worry. I have other questions coming. But let me just remind us, the 4 core pillars of JA: financial literacy, digital literacy, entrepreneurship, and work readiness. Yo, I hear you say, oh, yes, yes. So you might want to take note of certain things. Who knows what prize will come for it? So please, Akosia, please, can you pass our gift, our prize? Please step forward, ma'am. Hello, please step forward. So she got 2/4. Let's give her a round of applause. She's the first person getting a prize, courtesy of, please, can you present it to her? She's getting a prize, courtesy of JA Africa. A round of applause for her. Amazing. This is beautiful. Okay, so be alert. Boy Scout motto. Be alert. A question could come and then you could win a prize. And as the session goes on, make sure you listen to every bit of the next session. It's not just because there's a prize, it's because life in itself will reward you for learning, because you find that these are very useful things in the course of, your journey later on. Now, another quick question, no prize this time around so that nobody sues me, but this is fun. Who remembers which country hosted JA Africa last year? Which country hosted JA Africa last year? Anybody over there? Nobody? Okay.
Is it Mauritius?
Correct. A round of applause for her. All right. So, okay, let me give you one more. One question. Just one more. Has anybody heard about Gen Zs? Have you heard the popular phrase Gen Z? Where people say, I'm Gen Z. Does anybody know who a Gen Z is? Okay, please, can you pass the microphone to her?
Gen Z is someone who was born between 2000 and 2010.
Between 2000 and 2010. But I find that a lot of scholars say 1997 to 2010. Right. I find that a lot of scholars say that. But I think that it's even brilliant that you have an idea, and I think that you deserve a prize, right? Please, Akosia, can you present the next prize to the beautiful lady? Please step forward and come and receive the second prize. Do you know which generation comes after Gen Z? Which one? After Gen Z. Does anybody know? A round of applause for her. Congratulations. So after Gen Z, what is the next generation? Okay, before Gen Z, what is the generation before Gen Z? Millennials. They are also called... Millennials are also called Gen Y. Generation Y. They are the millennials. Before Generation Y, what's the previous generation? Gen X, Generation X. Now, after Gen X, we have Gen Y and Gen Zs. I believe a lot of people here are Gen Zs, right? Do we have anyone that is in the millennial, among the participants? Any millennial here? So if you're not from before 1996 or 1996, that means you are a Gen Z. But after Gen Z, what's the next one? We finished Z, so we're going back to, is this A? Do you want to try? What's the?
Gen Alpha.
A round of applause. A round of applause. So Generation Alpha comes from after 2010. So people who are born in some people are born this year, I mean, they're babies. But which generation are they? Which generation are they? Generation Alpha. If you're born 2012 and you are 10 years old, which generation are you? Generation Alpha. So there's the Gen X, there's the Gen Y, that's millennials, there's the Gen Zs, there's the Generation Alpha, and who knows which generation is coming next? I don't know the answer to that one. Okay, so it's now time to go on with the next session. And I hope we had a good time at lunch. Akosia, do we have another gift? One more. For the brilliant person who said Generation Alpha. All right, I think we can present it to her. Come forward. No, she's in front, right there. She mentioned Generation Alpha. A round of applause for her. Okay, so please be ready. Be ready. It could be a simple question about Africa. It could be a question about the world. It could be anything. Be alert. And make sure you enjoy the next session. Now, the next session is on STEM education. Right? The next session is on what? What's the full meaning of STEM? Okay? No gifts. Disclaimer. No gifts for this one. What's the full meaning of STEM? She's over there.
STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
A round of applause for her. Amazing. So our applause is getting lower. Let us try this. Oh, there's a gift. Oh, please, let's give the gift to her. A round of applause for her. Amazing. We have so many freebies. Oh, so make sure that you are listening and learning. Who knows? Some gifts, some questions would attract gifts, some would not. Some would attract a round of applause. But just get it right either ways. So the next session is focused on STEM education, and this seminar's objective is to stimulate and elevate the skills of the participants, the skills of the change makers, your skills in STEM education and related career pathways. It's also to influence the attitudes and perception of, young people towards academic study and careers in STEM. And now I'll be handing over to the moderator who's going to take on this session. This is the Johnson & Johnson Seminar. And I would like to invite our facilitator. I hope you still have that JA applause in your hands. JA? JA Africa? Okay. Our voice is not going to go down despite, the short electricity outage. JA Africa? Change makers. Oh, this is sounding like we just ate pounded yam and we need to stretch our legs. J.A. Africa. Fueling change makers. Amazing, amazing. So I'm just going to wait 1 minute for the electricity to come back on, and then I'll introduce our facilitator, and then I'll allow them take it up from there. facilitators. Are you ready? Are you ready? Come on, this is not the energy we started with now. Are you ready? Amazing. So please join me as I welcome our facilitators. First of all, Peace Olumese, Local Safety Officer at Johnson & Johnson, Nigeria. Let's celebrate. All right. And we've also got Chibuike Uzo, Medical Science Liaison at Johnson & Johnson, Nigeria. A round of applause for him. And now I'll hand over to Peace.
Thank you. Okay, so it's really so exciting to be here. You already heard my name. I'm Peace. I work with Johnson & Johnson. How many of you know Johnson & Johnson? It's quite a popular company, I guess. So I'm really excited to be here. Like she mentioned, we really want to inspire you, if I were to say in short. I believe most of you, in fact, all of you are here because of your interest in entrepreneurship, in innovation, and in J&J, we particularly have a very key interest in STEM. I would say we are a bit biased to women in STEM, so we're going to play a video. Pardon the guys here. It's not like we're so biased, but there's a reason why we have a bit more focused on women in STEM because of the gap that we've seen over the years, right? So we'll just start with the video, please. I think the sound is out. words behind the video is not playing. Unfortunately, we didn't get to hear the message in the video, just the sound. I don't know what went wrong. So I think I'll just try to explain as much as possible, but sadly, it was meant to give you a very good grasp of what we do, like how J&J supports women in STEM and STEM as a whole. Like you saw, even at every level of education, right? We support STEM. And even on a professional level, as one of the largest healthcare companies in the world, we are heavily involved in STEM. And also, in terms of partnership, this is one of the partnerships, right, to help encourage STEM development, right, in terms of career paths. So that's I would say that is one of our major focus and interests in terms of enhancing the capabilities of the youths of our generation. So I think that's it. And we will be, for this session, we'll be having a career talk. I don't want it to be boring. I don't want you to sleep off on me or my colleague. So we'll try and make it as interesting as possible. So we're going to have a career talk. CC, we call him, his name is Chibuzor, sorry. We call him CC for short, so pardon me when you hear me say CC. So he will be starting and he will give you like a glimpse into his career path, which is in science, right? We're both in science. So STEM is not just science, it's technology, right? And so whichever way you fall, you're still within the STEM bracket. So CC will be giving you and I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys are going to come up with, and I'm kind of positive that my mind will be blown away. So join me to welcome Sisi.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, I know, for the past 10 minutes, you guys have heard different variations of my name, so I'll just make it clear once and for all, right? So everybody's cool with it. My name is Chibike Uzor. I prefer to be called CC because it's an acronym that kind of compresses both my names, that's Chibike and Clifford. And because of that, a lot of my friends and a lot of my colleagues do not even know my real name. So you would find a lot of my friends that don't know my name, but my actual name is Chibike. But because this is not the most formal gathering, just feel free to call me CC. all the introductions have been done. Can I have the slide, please? So we're asked to, have a career talk with you guys, some sort of, have a career talk with you guys, some sort of try to inspire you guys to pursue careers in STEM. Who can tell me what STEM means? Oh, thank you. Who can tell me what STEM means? Anybody? Is there a mic that can be passed to someone who's willing to say it? Yeah, please, the lady at the end. A mic? You want me to give you mine?
STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Perfect. Akosua, is there a prize for that? No? She already got a prize. You see, the smart ones kind of are repetitive. They always show up when you need them to. Thank you very much for the answer. So STEM actually stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So it turns out I'm a medical doctor. I graduated from the University of Nigeria okay, great. I graduated from the University of Nigeria in 2019. So my career journey is going to be some sort of unconventional because I'm not going to tell you I occupied this post and that post and I went from this role and I got a promotion to this. But I'm just going to be very honest with you because I think that my path is quite quite what most people will face at some point in time in their lives. And it's also very important that for me, it's important for me that if there's one person seated here that this experience that I'm about to share with you guys would help, I'll be glad to. All right, it's going to be an honor for me. So the first picture, top left corner, was during my induction in August 2019. I was a medical doctor. I was made a medical doctor. I was sworn in as a medical doctor, University of Nigeria. That was me and one of my lecturers who still talk. Ume is a very nice, cool guy. Normally, after you graduate as a healthcare professional, you're actually required to do a mandatory one-year internship, all right? I was an intern. That's a picture of myself and a colleague of mine at the time. I was an intern at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, right? So I was an intern doctor. That lasted for a year. But I'll tell you something very funny at that point in time. I realized that medicine, as it were, that's clinical practice, right? So where you sit in the office and then a patient walks in and then tells you what they have or what they're feeling, on how they're feeling, and then you try to diagnose and prefer, a solution to them, either by medication or some other means. I realized I didn't want that, right? I wasn't okay with that, and I chose, I didn't know what I wanted, but I knew I didn't want it, right? And so I was at crossroads because I just knew I didn't want to follow this path, but I didn't know where else to go, right? So I was very confused, right? And there was a lot of, let's just say, there was a lot of alternatives that I tried to pursue at the time, right? But because there were so many of them and I just couldn't pick one, after my internship, normally, what you would find in this part of the world, you'd find a lot of people, a lot of medical doctors. So it's either they go into training, residency training, so in order to become a specialist, right? Or they can go outside of the country, UK, US, Saudi Arabia, you name it, right? So that they can get specialist training there as well. I didn't want to do any of this because I just didn't want to practice medicine as it were. So what did I do? I went back to my parents' house. That's exactly what I did. I went back to my parents' house because I didn't know, I wasn't working, right? You kind of need an income to be able to pay rent that I know of, right? So I wasn't prepared to work as a doctor, so I went back to my parents' house. And you can imagine, and I don't know how many Nigerians are here or if there's a Nigerian cohort here, but I can tell you for free, the parents in Nigeria, when they have kids who are doctors, they're usually very proud of them, right? Because it's quote-unquote an elitist profession, right? So my parents were a bit stunned to find me seated at home doing nothing and just whiling my time away at home because I just didn't know what to do. So that leaves you to the third picture. It was a 6-month sabbatical at my parents' house. I just didn't know what to do, and let's just say I was trying my hands at different things. But somewhere along the line, I decided that I was going to go into pharma. So, lady, you were when my colleague asked if anybody here knew Johnson & Johnson, you mentioned baby powder. Great. So, exactly, we do baby powder, but that's a consumer division, right? We equally have a pharmaceutical division where we're responsible for the production and the medical, how do I put it? It's a very complex way of putting it, but let's just say we're responsible for the production of drugs, production and marketing of drugs. So I knew I wanted a career in pharma, right? But I didn't know how to start, because when I went on the internet, like what most people would do nowadays if they want to venture into something, when I went on the internet, I found that the most accessible role for me required me to have 5 years experience. Note that at this point in time, I had 1 year experience, none of which was in pharma. So I needed, for me to get into a role, I needed 5 years experience before I could get in there. I had none. Do you get? So at some point in time caught up with me. I had to go for youth service. How many of people know what youth service is? Well, okay, the people, the Nigerian cohort would know. So actually, youth service is a mandatory 1 year service. So it could be military service in other places. It could be a civil service. In Nigeria, it is a civil service. So it's a 1 year service that you have to participate in mandatorily after you've graduated, right? So I was called, I was drafted, not conscripted, that would be the military service, but I was drafted, right? And I was very frustrated, right? Because I still wasn't getting any headway. My friends were living in their droves. So you'd call a friend, he'll tell you he's in the UK. You'd call a friend, he'll tell you he's in the US. You'd call a friend, he'll tell you he's in Dubai. They're all practicing as doctors, and you are here. You can imagine what it feels like when you see your friends and they're going places and you don't even know what to do. And you look in your pockets are dry as hell. Trust me, this is not a place you want to be in. I don't wish my worst enemy that, but that happened and it's fine. I tried to walk my way to Lagos, right? I tried to walk my way to Lagos, where most of the pharma companies were, because I felt that if I was in Lagos, I would get a better chance at postulating or positioning myself with them so that I could get employed in it. I didn't get that. I was actually sent to Osun State. Who knows where Osun State is? It's not the farthest away from Lagos, but it's not the closest. I know closer places to Lagos than Osun State. So I was sent to Osun State with no connections, right? No contacts, no routes, nothing that could actually get me into a pharma company that I wanted, and I wanted to be in one. So I had to work as a staff doctor at Olasho International School in Osun State for a year. Now, during that period, I kept applying. I'll tell you a funny story about my colleague here. I met her on LinkedIn. She knows that the first time I met her wasn't at our office. It wasn't. So I went on LinkedIn and I started searching. For people who worked in board, and I would mail them, text them. I don't care whether I am inconveniencing you. I don't care whether you like my face. I don't care whether I'm a burden. I don't care whether I'm encroaching into your personal time. I am talking about my future, man. I need you to respond to me. So I kept mailing. I mailed her. I mailed everybody I could find. All right. Didn't get positive responses, but I didn't give up. I applied to as many roles as I could find. You could draw, you know how many, how do you put it? How do I put it now? You know how many acid bases on the DNA strand, right? Yeah, the rejection letters I piled up, you can make a DNA strand off of them. They were that long. They were actually that long. I was remembering, I'm sorry if I'm taking your time, but I'm just trying to get a message across here. There was one day I applied. I remember I was sitting with my iPad. I typed send. I just sent the application. I stood up, went to the kitchen, went to get a glass of water, got the glass of water, came back. We're talking less than a minute. Came back, picked up my iPad, saw the rejection letter. It was well drafted with my name, Dear Chibike Uzo, blah, blah, we are so sorry. It was in under a minute. It was that bad. But I didn't give up, right? I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to make here is that don't give up. I didn't give up. Eventually, my chance came, right? Let's just say a year later, right? My chance to prove myself, because they weren't even granting me interviews in the first place. So the one interview I got, right, I was able to prove myself, but it's not really about proving myself. It was about the fact that despite all the rejections, while I was being rejected or while I wasn't being given a chance, I was training, I was upskilling, I was upskilling, right? So I was taking course after course, prep class after prep class, how do you put it? I even took an extra certificate, you know, for all my troubles, right? And then when the time came to prove that I was actually worth my salt, I was able to. And today, you're speaking to the medical science liaison for Johnson & Johnson in Nigeria. So I actually double as the medical manager. I actually double as the medical manager for Johnson & Johnson in Nigeria. And all of that happened in under 2 years. And I guess here's the message I'm trying to pass across, right? I can stamp pictures of all the things I've done since I joined, but that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is, regardless of what you want to do in your life, or with your life rather, be it STEM, be it arts, be it, I don't know. It's a large spectrum we're talking about. But the point I'm trying to make here is, regardless of what you decide, what you choose to make of your life, you're going to encounter challenges. You're going to encounter hurdles, roadblocks. It is imperative that you choose to not give up. It is imperative that you choose to fight through. Because I tell you what, I tell you this for free, if you give up, there's no one who's coming to help you, right? If you give up, it's your life. And you can't afford to give up on your life. You can afford to give up on her life, but she can afford to give up on her own life. You can afford to give up on his life. He can't afford to give up on his own life, right? So whatever it is that you're facing, be it a career in STEM or, whatever it is that you're aiming at, be it a career in STEM or otherwise, never give up. I guess that's the story I'm trying to pass across today. Thank you for your 2 minutes. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Sisi. I can testify, he bugged my life. I think at a point, when I saw his message on LinkedIn, I was like, I'm not replying this guy again. I'm tired. But yeah, at least I tried. I directed you in the right direction. Okay, so thank you, Sisi, for sharing your story. So yeah, that's a very good example. If we go through history, we have examples of people who, Abraham Lincoln, for example, before he became the president of the United States, he tried many times. And to be honest, if you want to build a career in STEM, many times you're not going to get it right the first time. Most people who try to discover new medicines, right? We had, in Johnson & Johnson, we had, he's retired now, Paul Stoffels. He's one of the persons who helped to develop the COVID-19 vaccine, helped to develop our HIV portfolio, right, to treat HIV. And he has a serious passion for the African continent. And his passion came from when he actually, he did like a service in Africa, and he saw, I can't remember the specific country, he saw how babies were dying because of lack of access to HIV medications. And he thought about it, I could stay here and treat, but the limit of people I can reach is limited. Like the extent of people I can reach is limited. So he decided to go back to the States, right? Go back to, I think he came from, I'm trying to remember where he came from, but that's why he joined Pharma. He joined Pharma because he wanted to make a greater impact on the African continent. So he told, when he joined J&J, I remember because he gave the speech somewhere, he told our CEO, says, I will join as far as you allow me create an organization that will be able to help Africa, like we can get access to medicines in Africa. And he said, it's fine, do your thing. And that's how we actually have the Global Public Health Organization in J&J. So J&J is, I used to call it a giant octopus. It's a very big company. So we have the consumer, which is now becoming a separate company, which is the baby powder, but that's a very small sector of our company. We have the pharma, which is responsible for cancer medication, antipsychotics, and so many others. We have the medical devices, so knee replacements, surgical instruments, and all that. And then we have the Global Public Health Organization, which is majorly focused on making sure we have accessible medicines in Africa. Okay, so now my story. Can I move? Sorry. Is this on? Is this working? Technology, very important. Okay, I don't think it's okay, great. All right, so here's my story. So I'm a pharmacist, PharmD. So we have B Pharm and PharmD, right? So PharmD is majorly like clinical pharmacy focused. I schooled at the University of Benin, right? Graduated in 2011. And after schooling, I had to go for my internship at also the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, which is from 2012 to 2013. And after then, I had to do the 1-year mandatory National Youth Service, which you already heard from Sisi. And I was posted to a village, actually. I was literally the only major pharmacist residing there. And I remember when I used to wake up in the morning and go to the clinic, I'll have a pile of case notes for HIV patients, like, it was a lot. Because the burden of HIV was high in that village. So I spent 1 year as a National Youth Service hospital pharmacist. And then, sorry. I think I did too much graphics with this. So when I finished my youth service, to be honest, I had the same experience Sisi had. I didn't want to work in the hospital. Honestly, I was like, nah, I don't think this is for me. Yeah, I know I could have done it, but it wasn't just for me. And I wasn't so sure where I wanted to be. And so it's fine if you're not so sure yet what you want to be per se, but just, keep on trying things out, right? So I got a job as a medical sales rep with AstraZeneca. That was my first company I worked with. And thankfully, it was a multinational because I don't think I would have gained the experiences I got working with a local company. So I had a lot of good training, I will be honest. I was talking to Sisi about it while we were coming here. And my experience working as a medical sales rep in AstraZeneca, I realized, so that's part of what we want to talk about also, your passion. I realized that when I was working as a medical sales officer, I have the training to be excellent in what I do normally, right? So I was a good medical sales rep. I was performing. But I realized that there were parts of my job that made me, I didn't look forward to doing it. But there were parts of my job that I was so excited. Guess what? So the part of my job that I didn't look forward to was, the sales targets, the customer, getting business with certain customers. I did it because I needed to do it. But the part that really got me excited was, when I needed to research, bring out scientific papers, to discuss with the HCPs, to tell them about, this is the technology behind this drug, that I could stay up 2 a.m. in the night researching. In fact, my product manager, there were certain things I would bring up, like I had researched in the internet, and she would be like, okay, she didn't know that about our product, but I had dogged the internet and searched. So I realized that sparked my interest. But yeah, I still had just this job, and I had to do well there. I spent just about 1.5 years in AstraZeneca, and I got poached by Merck Pharmaceuticals in 2016. So in 2016, I got the job in same role as medical sales representative with Merck, and still the same job description. And that was when it was dawning on me that, I need a change because I don't really want to build a career in commercial. Yes, I'm in the pharma industry, and I think one beautiful thing about working within the pharma industry, whatever space it is that you know that whatever you're doing is changing the lives of thousands and millions of people. That kind of brings a satisfaction that I can't explain. I think that's what kind of drove Paul Stoffels that I talked about, right? So whether you're in the department that develops and discovers the medicines, you know that you're also touching lives. Whether you're in the sales department, you know that the way you educate the physician, you're also changing that cancer patient. You're making sure that they have the right therapy to treat the cancer. So, but I realized that I had more passion for the research and science-related part. So in 2018, it was an interesting situation. I just came back from an official trip. I was tired, and I got a LinkedIn email from a recruiter. I was like, there's a role in pharmacovigilance. Are you interested? Pharmacovigilance manager with a multinational company. They didn't tell me the name. And I was like, yes, I'm interested. I didn't even think twice because I really, really wanted to focus on my science, the science part of my role. And that was how I got my big break to join Johnson & Johnson as the local safety officer. And in my role within pharmacovigilance, it's been so interesting. I would be very frank with you, like every part of the role, because we all went through the COVID-19 pandemic, and in my role, I actually was sitting in the COVID-19 local medical safety team for EMEA. EMEA is Europe, Middle East, and Africa, right? And so we were in charge of making sure that, the safety strategy for our vaccine into like every country in EMEA was in place and all that. And, we felt the heat of it when the whole TTS syndrome came up. For those of you who don't know TTS, that's thrombotic, sorry, Sissy, help me. TTS. Thrombocytopenic thrombotic syndrome. So that was one of the scares, side effect that was, making the news and the media. And we're on top of our game, right? Because we need to make sure that people who use our products are safe. I hope I'm not boring you. So in my role, I have learned a lot. And it's interesting because what I do with the health authorities, right, my work with the health authorities for Nigeria is NAFDAC. I've worked within Ghana, so the Ghana FDA. I'm currently backing up for Kenya, so I work with the Kenya PPB, that's the regulatory authority, South Africa, and different other African countries. So I can see the impact of my work within the community and within, like, generally just impacting patients that use our products. So another thing I'll just like to, I did make too many graphics, so I slide. So I'll just go to the next slide, sorry. So just to throw light on some of the exciting parts, it's not just only science. One of the beautiful things about working in pharma is that it has made me interact with colleagues all over the globe, and it has made me visit beautiful countries, right? So I just put a pictorial pictorial story about countries that while working I have had to visit. So I think my first trip was Swaziland. Yeah, beautiful country. We had like a conference there. And then I went to South Africa. And then I went to UK and to Lebanon and then to Portugal, and I think my last trip was to Denmark. And not just about visiting these countries, about interaction and, making new friends, learning new cultures, right? New way of doing things and improving on myself also, getting that exposure about, this is how people do things here, this is how I can improve myself, and basically just becoming a better version of me. So I hope that this has been inspiring, and I hope I didn't bore you too much. Okay, so so that's basically my career journey. We're going to just, Sissy, maybe you could join me. Yeah. So we're going to just have like a very, what's the time? Okay, we still have. So we're going to have a very brief session. Sorry, Akosa, can I, just 1 second. I want to know. Sorry, what group is this? What team is this? Eswatini. Okay, great. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Ghana. Nice to meet you. Hi. Okay. All right, my people. Hi. Okay, good. So, okay, Uganda is here. Nice. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to do something. This is not the innovation challenge, right? So the innovation challenge, we are going to have that in your teams, right? So when we show the innovation challenge, you would, as a team, you can space out, because I think you're together right now, right? You can space out and brainstorm and come up with your solutions. We'll time you. I think we'll give you about 30 minutes to think about. If you can do it under 30 minutes, that's fine. But we'll give you about that to brainstorm about it. But first, we want to, do you have your papers and biros? Hey. Okay, so this part of the session, we want to really look inwards, right? And answer some questions. This is for you, right? But I'll call on maybe 2 or 3 persons to share what they wrote down. But it's majorly an exercise to help you think about what really drives you, what's your passion. And it's important. If you listen to both of us today, you realize that both of us, we didn't just sit down and we didn't just say, oh, okay, I'm just going to be doing this for the sake of doing it, because you will get bored, you will not be motivated, and you will not feel like you're impacting lives. Do you get? So it's very important you find your passion. And one beautiful thing about finding your passion is that you get to really change lives. Imagine the person who discovered electricity. Imagine if he decided to just be normal and do what everybody else was doing. We won't have electricity, literally. Well, maybe someone else will discover it. But yes. So then you missed out. So you can be the next person to discover something that we haven't seen yet. And the truth is that you're not different from that person. Like, you're not less intelligent. Not at all. If you go through history, I like to read, I like to research, because it's inspiring. So I would encourage you, we have the internet now, so there's no excuse to educate yourself, right? So the first question, very practical question. What makes you, sorry, women and our shoes. What makes you forget to eat and pee? In other words, what do you get so lost in that you lose track of time? Think about it. Think really about it. I don't think it will be hard to write it down. You're not writing. Everybody must write. Yes. No, it's not. This is not a group work. This is personal. Like I said, it's for you to take home, but I would call on some people just out of interest. I want to know, what makes you forget to eat and pee? So, like, when you are doing this thing, you forget you are hungry. You forgot that you haven't eaten. In fact, you don't even remember to, sometimes maybe you start the day doing it, you forget to even take a shower or something. What's that thing that you really get lost doing? Write it down. Can I go on? Am I free to go on? Okay. Those of us that are not part of the, you can still write down, no? All right. So my second question, what can you talk about for hours? And when you talk about it, it lights you up. Like, sometimes your friends have to tell you to shut up. What can you talk about for hours and you get tired of talking about it? You just go on, and your friends have to tell you, it's okay, it's okay. What can you just go on talking about I don't think it's so hard. There's that thing. I can see someone shaking her head. Hmm? Okay. Can I go on to the third question? All right. If you could be remembered for 3 things after you die, what would they be? If you could be remembered for 3 things after you die, what would they be? If you could be remembered for 3 things after you die, what would they be? What would you like to be remembered for? 3 things. If you don't have 3, it's fine. You can write 1, 2. Just put 3 there. If you could be remembered for 3 things when you die, what would they be? Okay. Can I go on? Or you still need some time? Can I go on? Okay. So my last question, last and not the least. If you were financially secure, let me rephrase this. If you had all the whole money in the world, you were Bill Gates, you didn't have to work, what would you spend your time doing? You had the whole money in the world. Like, you are Warren Buffett, you are Elon Musk. You have all the cash to spend on whatever you like. What would you really spend your time doing? You have all the money you need. What would you spend your time doing? What would you spend your time doing? Are we done? Some people are so fast. Let me give you a minute. Do we have a mic that we can pass around? Because I'm going to call some people to share. Are we done? We're done? Okay. Now, Team Eswani, sorry, don't mind me. I need to be flogged.
Eswatini.
Eswatini, okay, thank you.
Was it Swaziland at some point? Swaziland. When did it turn? What did it turn into? When it changed to Eswatini? 2019.
Oh, that was the first country I visited outside Nigeria.
You know what? That was what, because I know I heard it that they were now Eswatini. So I was like, just to be sure.
Okay, all right. So this team
Watini, Swatini.
Swatini. Okay, so you? What's your name? What? FIFA. Okay.
Which year? Which year? 06. FIFA 06. That's my man right there.
So
okay.
FIFA and Awani. Huh? Awade. Day. Okay. Let me not. Okay, FIFA. Yeah. So, question 1, what was your answer?
Playing football or working out.
Playing football or working out. Question 2.
Sports.
Wow, we have a Ronaldinho here. What was question 3?
Playing professional football, decreasing poverty, or creating opportunities for Africans to display their talents as we aren't really recognized in the world.
Okay.
This man has focus.
Question 4. Was there a question 4? There was a question 4, right?
I didn't finish.
You didn't finish? Yes. Okay. Thank you, but we definitely know that you are heading towards sports.
You saw the pattern. 3 questions, 1 same answer. Playing football. Do you play amateur level now? Do you play as an amateur? I play as an amateur. On the 206, that will be 16 on the 16, right? More grease to your elbow, bro. Okay.
Okay. Question 1.
Sleeping.
Sleeping.
What?
Okay. It's okay. 2.
Anything around accounting and economics.
Anything around accounting and economics, okay, cool.
Question.
3.
Being funny, being on time, and being an all-round a sports person.
Okay. 4.
Opening firms around the world for actuarial scientists and portfolio managers.
For what?
Actuarial scientists and
Actuarial.
Portfolio managers, right? So you want to go into the VC space. You know what the VC space is?
Venture capital.
Yeah.
Do you know the big four? Deloitte, PwC, what's the other one? Ernst and Young. You know them? You want to join them at some point? I have a friend there.
She should most likely do well in the VC space.
VC
but
space.
It's nice to note down now.
All right.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay. Team Zambia, right? Okay. Did you note down? You wrote down. Okay, so I'll have you and you. You wrote down, right? Okay. So you go first. Question 1. What's your answer?
Music.
Music.
Yes,
Interested.
making music.
Making music.
Yes.
Question 2.
Life motivation. Life motivation.
Life motivation. Sorry, what was question 2 again?
Sure, hold on. Open this again.
Life motivation. Did you write it down?
Yes.
Where did you write it down?
This paper.
Okay. Okay, so life motivation.
Yes.
Okay, then question 3.
I could say the positive attitude and vibe that I bring to the situation, and the motivation that I usually give. I usually help people when they're having tough times, and then just I can say the support. That's the third one. Then for the 4th question, I believe I will try to equalize on disadvantaged societies, because I believe in Africa there are a lot of societies that haven't yet been discovered that they are there, and then most of the people there are disadvantaged in terms of their financial aspects, the social services and the others. And if I were to be like Elon Musk, I try that.
Okay. So I think
Please, don't you think they're talking a lot about philanthropy?
Well,
if they had, I think question 4 was, if they had all the money in the world, what would they rather be doing?
Yes,
for
exactly.
what? Yeah. If you had all the money in the world, right? Your bills were paid, taken care of. You have the house, you have the mansion, you have your kids are checked for the rest of their lives. What would you do every day? What would you wake up in the morning to do every day as a productive person? You can donate to charity on Saturdays. I promise you that much. They'll take your money on Saturday.
So, like, what would interest you to do for yourself? Yeah.
Okay, for myself, it's just basically music.
Still music.
You love music?
So
yeah, just music.
What genre? What genre?
Huh?
What genre of music? Hip hop, R&B, Afrobeats. I'm a piano. I like that too. Yeah?
Basically, I'm a musician as an instrument player.
What?
I do live music, instrument player.
Instrument?
Yes, I'm a bass player.
Bass?
Yes,
oh,
bass player.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So
nice to hear, Prof.
We have a sports person, all sports, all music. So
And there's an accountant too.
Yeah.
She's great.
In between accountant and VC space.
And VC space. Yeah. Well, don't worry. She wants you to go into VC. I want you to go into accounting. Make your choice. It's not up to me.
It's the first question, fun and thinking about my exams next year.
Oh, okay.
And for the second one, just maybe busy with my career.
So
thinking about
the first question where you forget to eat and you lose track of time, you're just doing it, is thinking about your exams?
Yes, my exams and being on the phone.
Okay.
And the second one is to talk about my career, because I always want to be in the army, Zambian army. So, and to open a company. So I talk about it a lot.
Okay.
And the other thing is I could be remembered for laughing. I like laughing with my friends a lot.
Okay.
And just spend your time. Then the other question is to open or to join a non-profit organization company, and to spend money on my friends and family, because I consider friends as family. At times, a family cannot understand you, but a friend can. So
the NGO you would like to join, what kind of NGO, like if you were to pick an NGO, what they are doing, what would you like to, I'm trying to phrase my question properly. What would you like to see the NGO doing that you would like to join?
the NGOs that support orphans, give out stuffs, helping those who are in need without expecting anything back from them or in return. So that's where I can spend my money on.
Okay, so your money or your time, which one?
Time and money, both.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right.
Peace.
Yeah?
Peace. There's no one in STEM.
No, don't worry. It's
Like,
okay.
where are they? It's like no one. It's like, how many have we gone through now? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like not a single person in STEM. It's all good. It's all good. It's all personal, right? But I'm waiting for the first STEM person, though.
What team is? Kenya. Oh, Kenya. I have a colleague in Kenya, by the way. Her name is Watai Naomi. Yeah. Okay. What's your name? Yeah. Helen. Okay. And Janida. Okay. So both of you. First question.
For the first question, it's art for me because I draw.
Okay.
I write songs and poetry. I sing. I sing. And I love creating things. So that's what makes me lose track of time.
Amazing. Okay.
What I talk about for hours is astrology. Yeah, zodiac signs. And aesthetic and what we call baby girl lifestyle.
Baby girl. Okay.
Basically, not in that sense, but the future that I want, I talk about it a lot. I'm like, in future I want this, in future I'm manifesting. Yeah. What I want to be remembered for is the impact on people's lives. I want to be remembered as a kind person, a good friend, a leader, or something of the sort. For my art, and talent, and for something I created, which is the dreams that I aim to achieve.
Okay.
Yeah, if I had all the money in the world, I'd do two things. I'd make my dreams happen, because I'm a dreamer, so to say. So all the dreams that I have, I'd make them a reality. And I'd have a platform where I can give people equal educational opportunities, especially not even the education that we're taught, like a curriculum, like the education that JA has put me through, like financial literacy and everything that can help you achieve yourself.
Okay.
Because I don't know whether I can quote this, but the Bible says, "My people perish because of lack of knowledge."
Mm-hmm.
So all these people out there, if they had the knowledge that I am acquiring right now, then I think they'd put themselves in a position where they'd be happy.
Okay, so you would like to spend your time helping people get better access to education?
Time and money. And time is money.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have one question.
Yeah.
Beyonce or Burna Boy?
Pardon?
Beyonce or Burna Boy? Just one question. You said you like to sing. I'm taking you up on that. Which one is your favorite?
You see, I can't pick.
So who's the favorite artist then? Because it's either you tell me your favorite artist, or you treat us to a couplet from you. You sing? You can
So
sing.
who's your favorite artist?
I don't have one.
No worries. I want you to be mine. Please go ahead. Can you sing?
I can.
Do you mind singing for us? Small bit. You have a problem? I mean, it's obviously a platform as well for you to showcase your talent, right? And who knows, there could be some guy in the back who has some link to some producer or some agent, and Maybe you call me my check later when they give you a Grammy, but you know, you can start by singing.
Okay. This song is called Diamonds by Rihanna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shine bright like the beautiful stars see. I choose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I come alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I found the energy of sun rays. I feel the light inside, so shine bright tonight, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too white, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Whoa. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Woo! You surprised me there. You surprised me.
Diamond in the rough, innit? What's the name again?
Helen.
Helen.
Yeah.
Ah, Helen, you have an adorable voice.
Amazing voice.
I hope the guys in the back, I hope you guys have connections for Helen. Yeah? Please take her number after this. Take her number after this. I'll see you on the gram during the Grammy Award ceremony. Maybe 5 years from now. Congratulations, yeah. Next question, yeah.
For the first question, I lose track of my time watching a lot of Oprah and Steve Harvey.
Oh, wow.
Who?
Oprah.
Oprah and Steve
Harvey.
Oh, no, I'm coming to hug you now. No, I want a hug. Steve Harvey is my favorite. Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Finally, someone who understands. Yeah, go on.
For the second question, I talk a lot about celebrities. For the third question, I'd want to be remembered for being a listener and a giver. And if I had all the money, I'd travel.
You spend time traveling. She would be traveling.
You would not work a single day in your life.
No, I'd work. Okay. I'd travel.
You just travel. I mean, you have the money at this point, right? But now that you don't have the money, I don't know that you do. I just assume that you don't. But now that you don't, what would you do?
I work to get the money.
How?
Like being here and listening to such inspiring stories and being motivated to do more.
To do more. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Means a lot that you inspire. Thank you.
So, very interesting, actually. Sisi is still waiting for a STEM person.
Not one. This is the seventh person. This is, I'm counting on the Uganda. This is the Zimbabwean team. Counting on these guys. They look so scientific.
Don't be disappointed,
No,
though.
no. I got my money
What
on these
team
guys.
is
Got my
this?
money on them.
Ghana. Okay, my manager is based in Ghana, by the way. So, who's going to share? I like your smile. So, you share, and you too, beside her. What's your name? Melka.
Yes.
And?
Priscilla.
Priscilla. Okay, so Priscilla.
Nigerian team is corny. Don't worry, we're coming to you guys. I know you guys, my money is on you guys too. But I don't want to sound partial by calling you guys out. Don't worry. Just wait.
So Priscilla, oh, you want to start? Okay. Your first.
Okay, so my answer to the first question is reading a storybook.
Oh, okay.
And then my second answer is talking about what I read in the storybooks. Sharing it with people really inspires me and then it motivates me. So I really like talking a lot.
So
yes.
do you are you thinking of going into writing or acting or entertainment?
Yeah, I would prefer acting.
Okay. Okay. Looking like it. Okay.
Because I'm very dramatic.
Ah.
You know you can't just come up here and say that you prefer acting. You don't tell us who your favorite actor is. You know you can't.
Myself.
Wow.
Nice one.
Okay, so
Nice one.
that nice one actually. Question 3.
Inspiring people.
Okay.
Yeah, and then saving lives too. Yeah, I want to be a doctor one day to save lives.
Okay. So we have
A STEM?
we have a STEM actually.
Oh, a round of applause.
How are you going to manage acting and being a doctor?
But you're caught in between. You're caught in between crossroads, eh?
Yeah,
Which one you
I'll
want?
manage.
Nah, one is going to
I
give
love
way.
both of
Can I tell
them.
you guys something? So, when she mentioned she likes art, in secondary school, I was the second best art student. Like, I was really good. I'm good, let me say, but I'm rusty. And when I was about to write my senior WIEC, I realized that my physics class was always clashing with my fine arts class. And because I was the second best art student, my fine art teacher would do like fine art was the only course in the world. And he's like, no, you cannot miss my class. And I'm like, but I'm a science student. I'm just really good at art. And he's like, so when I realized that I can't have both, eat my cake and have it, I had to tell him that, sir, I would have to stop coming to this class and focus on my physics class. Because I was also really good at physics. I was intrigued by physics. And when I finished secondary school, I got into pharmacy, and yeah, pharmacy was challenging on its own. That's another story for another day. But I still indulged myself once in a while to draw and everything. In fact, when I finished university, I went to learn makeup professionally, so I try my hands on a lot of things. So yes, I am a professional makeup artist. But I don't do that actively as a job. I did make some money from it when I was doing my National Youth Service Corps. So you can see it's quite versatile. But to be honest, I couldn't keep up with doing so many things, especially as I got more and more specialized with my role. But then, yeah, it's good to have so many other things that you have that make you interested, right? But I'm sure at a point in time, you would have to pick where you really want to focus on.
But who's to say she can't have it all?
Well,
do you want it all? Who's to say you can't have it?
Do I want to talk?
Do you want it all?
Yes,
The acting
I
and the
do.
medicine.
Yes, I do.
I tell you for free. There's a classmate of mine. We used to live in the same building, right, during our school years. She went on and had a career in acting. Now, she stopped because she had to leave the country, but she actually had she showed up on movies, right? So I could see her on the big screen.
Or is she practicing in medicine?
No, she's left acting. No, she's left acting. She's now
Aha.
practicing fully. But hey, I'm supporting you. I'm for you. I'm rooting for you. Go and excel
No,
where
you
she
told
did.
her to have it all. So I want to have the balance there, because when you're spending 12 hours in surgery, you're not going to be able to act at that same time. So you have to have that balance.
There's 12 other hours. There's 12 hours left. But more grace to you. Yeah.
All right.
Great.
Then putting a smile on people's faces.
Okay.
Yes, I really love it when I see people smile.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
And then the answer to my last question is spending my money and time on orphanages and then less privileged people, and also disabled people.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you very much. All right, next.
Okay, thank you. My first question was, I should give the answer
Yeah.
straight, right? Yeah, it's phones. Me with my phones.
Oh.
Yeah, and then playing music on my phone. Sometimes I don't even realize I'm satisfied when I'm eating because I'm using my phones and other stuff. I go to the extent of sending my phones to the bathhouse, and I spend 2 hours or 1 hour and 30 minutes at the bathhouse with the phones. And the second question, the second answer is entertainment.
Okay.
I really love entertainment, so I love talking about entertainment to my people. Yes.
Okay.
And then the third answer is I'm very hospitable. And then again, I'm a jovial person.
Okay. Can
Very
see you're laughing
jovial.
already.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then again, inspiring others.
We have a lot of inspirators here.
Everybody wants to be a role model. Down for it. Man.
Great.
I really love inspiring others.
Okay.
Okay. And the last answer is helping the less privileged in my community. And then again, if I have more money, I'll spend some of my body, like, buying clothes, going out, say a whole lot.
So I think you guys are missing the point of that last question, right?
I think they've missed the point.
Because the point is, fine, you have all the money in the world to spend. You can take care of your body, you can travel, you can do. What would you do because you didn't have to work, but you still want to do it? Like you want to spend time doing that thing.
Okay.
So for some people, it could be they want to innovate something. Like
yes,
they don't bother. They just be in the lab, right? They don't care about making money because they already have money.
I want to solve problems, and then, in my school we've started some.
Okay.
We went for STEM innovation competition at Accra, Legon.
Okay.
Yes. So we are still on it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think in the nearby future we will bring it out. That's emergency health system.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So that's what the last question is about. Because, for example, someone like me, if I have a question bugging my mind, like I could be on my phone researching for 4 hours. Time will fly because I'm trying to okay, what's the dot? I'm trying to connect things. So if I have all the money, I won't bother about working for money. I'm just trying to research and find solutions to problems. So that's what we're really talking about. Okay, cool. All right, Team Nigeria. We have one more team, right? Apart from Team Nigeria.
Just let me handle the Zimbabweans. I've been waiting for them. They thought we left them.
Okay.
I've been close to you guys watching.
All right. So Team Nigeria, I will pick on, what's your name? Halimat, and the Iron, is this Iron Man? Sorry. Captain America lady. All right, 2 of you. What's your name? Emisi. Okay. Halimat and Emisi.
For the first question, my answer is crocheting and studying.
Crocheting?
Yeah, and studying.
Okay.
The second question, my answer is talking about human rights.
Wow.
And the third one, I want to be known after I die, as a well-known philanthropist and the best economist. And if I had all the money in the world, what I would like to spend my time on that do not give me money is farming or gardening.
Wow, nice. I actually love that last one. So you have someone in STEM actually again.
Sorry, I wasn't listening.
She wants to spend her time studying, and she wants, what was the farming and gardening?
Farming or gardening. That's very interesting. That's
Yeah.
very interesting. Where did the passion for that come from? When did you first notice that you had a passion for that? No, the mic is yours. The mic is yours.
I find plants and nature and stuff like that pretty, so I
Okay.
want to grow some of mine.
Okay. Do you want to have it in your compound when you grow up, or you really want it on a
Large scale.
mechanized scale, large scale?
But, yeah.
And
Oh.
food security is actually a problem in the world, right?
Actually.
So we need that.
That's
okay.
nice. That's nice.
For the first question, I lose track of time when I'm watching anime or when I'm sleeping.
You have an anime?
One Piece.
Luffy, innit? Chop knuckle. Yeah, go on.
For the second question, I can talk about anime and history for a really long time.
Okay.
And if I was remembered for 3 things, I would want to be remembered for my wealth, the money, and my impact, because I want to be a lawyer. So,
Nice.
And I would like to be remembered for I don't know if it's theorists, but all this theory of economics, that kind of thing, all those. I would like to be remembered as an activist.
You formulated a theory.
Yes,
per se.
that kind of
Okay.
stuff. And
So
if
you're
I
going to
had
study a lot.
Yeah, if I had all the money in the world, I would invest in people, developing.
But what would you spend
firms.
your time doing?
Okay, my own time.
Yes. Leave the money.
Your money will do the investing.
Okay.
Trust
What
me.
would you spend your
My
own
time.
time?
Researching, because I want to be known for something like an activist or something like that.
You want to be an activist?
Yes, that
It's
kind of
wonderful to hear. It's
Interesting.
really nice. Interesting.
Okay,
Interesting. Great.
Thank you.
I was told that we forgot the Tanzanian team. I think they showed up
sorry.
sometime after we were done. There's the 3 of you at the back, yeah?
That's the Tanzanian team.
The two of them. Okay, the two of you. Just two. Okay, he's not.
Were you
part of it.
around when we asked the questions? We are around. Huh? Yeah. Have you written, sorry, did you write the questions down? Yeah. Okay, great. So, yeah, share with us.
Hi, everyone.
What's your name, please?
My name is Monahawa.
Monahawa, a beautiful name.
Thank you. So the first question, I get lost when I'm studying. I'm so interested, I'm in a science academy.
Okay.
So I invest most of my time doing computers, so I lose time.
Here's your STEM.
Finally, a Texas in the house. It's nice to meet you. Go on. Mm-hmm.
The second question, I talk about aviation most of the time because I want to be a rocket scientist.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is STEM square at this point, yeah? She ain't playing in the STEM league no more. She's just doubling it. Okay?
So the three things I will be remembered, or I hope to be remembered for, first of all is my impact to youth because I'm doing delegates in the United Nations back in Tanzania. And also I'd like to open my own arts academy back home.
Oh, beautiful.
That's wonderful.
It's my interest because I do singing and dancing.
We have another singer in the house.
Oh, another singer?
Yes.
We'll take your couplet after. We'll take it after. Go on.
And when I have enough money or I'm financially secure, I've always invested my time in, mostly I've always been planning about that academy. I'm so obsessed with art. So I'd want to do that because most people are talented and they don't know where to find support. So maybe it's sports academy, invest my money on that, yes.
Very interesting. Something about your answers actually caught my attention because at some point in time in my life I wanted to be a rocket scientist, but my parents flogged that dream out of me. So I don't want to be a rocket scientist. Kudos to you for keeping it. I don't know whether they flogged you or not, but I'm happy for that. So I just have one question regardless, because when I wanted to be a rocket scientist, I had a path, right? I had like this whole, stepwise, implementation plan to get in there. I just want to find out, what's yours? This is 2022. Now, I don't know how old you are, but between now and the point in time when you want to be a rocket scientist, what are the steps you believe you need to take in order to get there?
First of all, my first path is made by my school or the academy I'm in. It's Irish Science. I take PGM, that is physics, geography, and math. Okay. So I have exposure. My school is exposed to big universities from abroad. That is, if I keep my grades very high, I can get a scholarship in big universities like MIT and University of Toronto. So the first thing, I am the leading student in PGM. That is, my grades are always high.
Leading student in what?
In PGM.
The leading student in what? Why are you guys not clapping? I'm just setting the table for you guys. But who told you not to tell us you were leading students? You decided to be modest and humble. She's blowing her own trumpet, and you guys are keeping your hands to yourself. Please continue.
So because of my performance, I know that I'm going to reach further. I'm working very hard, and I usually visit most of the aviation sports like the airport and some institutions for a time with the pilots to speak and get inspired more with that situation. So I keep myself in that situation. My parents support me very much. So I know I'm going to make it.
Fabulous.
That's really wonderful.
Honestly,
that's really a wonderful one.
I can say for a fact that you're already on your path because I was really waiting to hear what you wanted to say about your journey because, to be honest, if you have a dream that seems very out there, right, especially in the African continent, there are actually resources to help. There are thousands of scholarships, like she has mentioned. You just have to have the right grades, have to have the right positioning, exposure, and you will get it. There's literally no limit, so kudos to you.
Props to you.
So we are running out of time.
We're running out of time.
So I'm just going to pick one from the remaining two teams. So I heard we missed Uganda, and we have Zimbabwe left. So we'll take one person from Uganda and Zimbabwe, and that's it. So I will take you, since you're the one who came to notify me. What's your name?
I'm Brenda, and
Brenda.
I'm from Uganda.
Okay, so share with us, please.
I get lost when I'm debating. For me, when I'm debating, I can even forget eating and doing any other thing. What I don't get tired of talking about, that's my family. since it's my source of strength. And the three things I want people to remember me about, that is the confidence, my endurance and perseverance, plus the patience I have. If I had the whole money, I would spend it. Like for us in Uganda, we have a lot of street children. We have a lot of street children, kids. You find a 3-year child on a street. I would spend a lot of my time like constructing areas where those street children will be and providing them with every needed requirement.
Is it me or she sounded like a governmental or presidential candidate reading their manifesto? Are you sure you're not planning to go into politics?
No.
Are you eyeing the prime minister role? Tell me, or the presidential role? I mean, you're allowed to.
Well, we might not be surprised when we see you there in a couple of years.
But
thank you for sharing.
Props to you. All right, Zimbabwean guys. I'll pick one at random. We don't have time. I would have grilled both of you. I'll pick you. You look ready, so that's why I won't pick you. I want the guy who's not ready. You stand up and then tell us your name and. You can see it. Sorry. I just realized no one else was standing.
So I am Tinovo Ngasakonda. Okay, so I am Tinovo Ngasakonda. And what makes me forget to pee or eat is programming and discovering new technologies. Because I'm a technology guy and stuff, yeah.
Discovering new technologies.
Yes.
Okay, another STEM.
Okay, another STEM. What can I talk about for hours? I can talk about biology for hours or weeks or years.
Your what, sorry?
Biology.
Biology, okay.
Okay. If I could be remembered for 3 things after I die. Okay, I had being a change maker, being a problem solver, and being a creator of opportunities in our community and the world at large. For the last question, if I had all the money in the world, I would learn.
Wow, we have a learner in the house. Sisi, are you surprised?
My mic set me off. You didn't want me to. That's a nice one, man. I heard when you said you can talk for hours and end about biology. Just to be clear, what's your career path like from now in your head at this point?
Okay, I actually want to become a software engineer, but I have a fascination in biology for some reason.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And if you were to draw like a plan from now to the point where you become a software engineer, what would that look like?
Okay, I think, the first step would have to be going to a good university. Then after that, definitely going to Google.
Going to Google. So you want to work for, who's the guy's name again? Alpha, who knows? And Akoswa, the person who gets this, or who answers this will get the prize, because I can't remember. That's why it's worthy of a prize. Who's the CEO of Alphabet? Alphabet is Google's parent company. The CEO of Alphabet, I just now remembered. Who's the CEO of Alphabet? Alphabet. All of the guys in STEM. Don't worry, the politicians can join as well. Last question before we go.
Can I say the name? The name. His name.
Yeah, I'm asking for his name, yeah.
Okay, he's called Sundar Pichai.
Beautiful, beautiful. Round of applause for him. Round of applause for him. Now I believe truly you know where you're going to. And I wish you the best, man. See you in Palo Alto. All right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, great. So now to our challenge, the J&J Innovation Challenge. I told you we have an award, the J&J Innovation Award. Okay, so to present the gift. So, I'm going to have to shorten your time. I'm sorry, but then that's part of the challenge, right? So you have 20 minutes. This is our challenge to you. A major problem in African healthcare system is access to quality healthcare. What innovative solutions would you propose in a sustainable manner? So we would want each team to discuss together, come up with a solution, and you can nominate one person to share your solution. We would keep our scores too and share. It will be tomorrow. Akausa, it's tomorrow. Was it Friday we're giving the award? Friday, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Are they finishing in 20 minutes? They're submitting their answers in 20 minutes. All right. So you've gotten instructions, right? Great. So major problem in Africa, in the African healthcare system is access to quality healthcare. What innovative solutions would you propose in a sustainable manner? The only tip I'm going to give you guys, and I'm going to give you guys one, because you know we're playing good cop, bad cop. She's the bad one, I'm the good one. I'm the one everybody likes, am I not? I'm going to give you guys a tip, right? When you're thinking and when you're drafting your answers, try to be as organized as you can in putting down your answers. Don't just bring one answer. Please be thinking aloud though. You can regroup, right? So just don't mind me. I'm just giving you some background noise. Just try to organize your answers, right, in the most logical and, let's just say, practical way possible. Yeah, your answer should be practical. All right, and I wish each group the best of luck. My Zimbabwean guys, you guys better not let me down. You guys are just talking. I can't see anybody writing these things. You guys are just talking. Just, you know, my money is on you. Do you want me to lose my money? What's all that? It's like, make it worth my money, for crying out loud.
Okay, I think we gave you more than 20 minutes, to be honest. So I will just give you 3 minutes to wrap up your thoughts, and we'll have the first team come to present. We'll pick, maybe I'll start from there and go that way. So 3 minutes more.
Why don't we do random?
Randomly?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
So
Sisi, I'll
they
leave
won't
it
see
up
it
to
coming.
you. So in the next 3 minutes, we are 2 minutes now.
2 what? You guys are not done? So what do you need? What more do you need? Nothing.
No, we can't give
so
you
can
more.
go first. Why? Yeah? Okay, you guys are the first. Okay, you guys want to go second. Last. Not the last person, I'll be tired. Let me just give you guys 0, 0, 0, 0. Crossboard.
Yeah, that one is.
Okay, 2 more minutes left. 2 minutes left.
Actually, 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, 1 minute left. 1 minute left. So round up. Pick a speaker. I think you guys, you can pick a speaker. You can pick a presenter rather. So I meant to say pick a presenter. What? You can have the whole group talk. Everybody can talk, right? So if you want to make it completely
if you want
inclusive,
to do
absolutely.
that, it's fine.
Go ahead.
We're not going to limit you on that.
Remember, you are ambassadors for your country. You don't want to let your flag down, certainly not here. Peace. How much time do we have left? Are we good? We're done? Okay. This is not an exam hall, but hands up. Pens down, hands up. I hated that, man.
So let's come back to our original seats.
Okay, regroup back to your original seats, please. Thank you. Your phones. The Zimbabwean boys. There's girls too? That's interesting. It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
So Sisi, I'll let you pick at random.
Okay, so she's giving me the power, the authority to pick. So does any group want to volunteer before I come down on any one of my choice? Anybody wants to volunteer? I am eyeing Zambia, I am eyeing the Zambian team. Are you ready? You just caught my eye. You seem ready. You look like the leader, cheering them on to victory. Are you ready? Gift. Are you ready? All right, you guys will go first then. All right, take the stage, please. Thank you. I mean, whoever it is that's going to present, although I would recommend that the whole team should be on the stage to support the person as well. But please, go ahead, as you wish. If all the team members could join him on stage as well, give him the moral support he needs, that would be great. Great. Team Nigeria, why are you seated behind me? You look at my... No, you should shift behind. Seriously, actually, just shift. You are looking. You are not looking. You promised me. Okay, no problem. I believe you. What does that serve? How does that help? Isn't that supposed to make you see better? Please, Team Zambia, go ahead.
So, yes. The question was the innovative solutions we'd give for the whole issue of proper health care services to people. Now, I'm coming from a perspective of living in a rural area, and I've noticed there are a lot of challenges that we incur. For example, you might find you have a whole province just has maybe one or none of a hospital. So you have to resort, if maybe I'm living in Lagos, I have to go to Abuja for healthcare services. Now, for the solution, I'd say maybe Africa at large should invest more into mobile clinics, because we have a lot of people living in rural areas. I know we can't manage to build hospitals for every community, but at least there must be a minimum of a first level hospital in each community. And mobile clinics should at least tour these communities on a daily basis. And then maybe carrying out educational programs, maybe once a week, educating the community. Because Africans, we have this stigma of, we love traditional herbs or traditional medicine. We don't trust in, let's say, going to the clinic. We'd rather, if someone has a headache, no, just sit down, let's just do some concoction, some roots here and there, some water, boil them, maybe some lemon leaves, so and the likes, then you'd be like that. But at least we educate the people. Then, say the distribution of medical resources. I repeat, the distribution of medical resources. I'm coming from Zambia. There was a time in Zambia whereby we only had one X-ray machine, the whole country. Only one X-ray machine. So you can imagine someone has an issue, maybe at the far end of the country, from another state. You have to gather up resources coming from where you are, coming to that hospital, and that hospital is really busy, really busy. Find out maybe someone comes in, flies in by morning.
Sorry, just to know, you're being timed, so each team will have 5 minutes to present. Yeah.
There's time allocated. Oh, sorry, I wasn't briefed on that. Okay.
Sorry, that's my bad.
You can hold this. You can hold this. So, on that, so if more emphasis were to be put on how resources are distributed, there must be equal resources in every healthcare facility. Because I believe the only way we can eradicate the issue of overcrowding most of the healthcare facilities, avoiding long queues, is that if each healthcare facility has equal amount of resources, so that to avoid the issue of if you're having a problem that needs some special attention, you find that you're coming to a clinic or a hospital that doesn't have maybe some machines that are needed, you have to travel. But if you have them here, you can do everything from there. Then the other thing is that in Africa, we receive a lot of medication, what and what. I was part of the COVID-19 campaign that was going on by just don't remember, but we are giving vaccinations. I was part of the mobilizers in Africa. Then we had to go in the outskirts of Zambia. Then we had people, you come to them and I'm like, no, we have these vaccinations. We have Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and the likes. Then someone would be like, I'm sure this is satanic. Just come here to initiate us, you know? And then you'd have to explain to that person on a very, very, very basic level. But you find out someone is asking questions that are advanced, but they want a very, very basic answer. How don't you know that it's not satanic? Have you scanned it and be like, but we have tried the medication. You see? Africans at large, if we are to deal with this issue, is that we also need to deal with our mentalities. Our African mentality has killed a lot of things. It's also the reason why we're here. We're trying to iron out some kinks that are in our heads. And that's why I end from.
Okay. Thank you very much. So he actually took, let me check my timer. He took about 3 minutes. So I will put the scale, because I'm conscious of time. I'll put the scale as 3 minutes. I think we usually have 3 minutes speech, right? When you are giving your, or am I not being fair?
3 minutes. Let's go to middle 4.
4. Okay, 4 minutes.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Right. Sissy, pick the next team, please.
Okay, the next team. I like to stand up so I see the people that are stressed out and the people that are not ready. Those are my prey. All right? Team Nigeria, you knew you were coming up next. What did you think? After looking at my go up to the stage there. All right, so you girls have 4 minutes, right?
Yes, 4 minutes.
Remember the question?
Excuse me. Can we start? Yes. Okay. A major problem in Africa is in African healthcare is access to quality healthcare. And this is as a result of ignorance. People are they neglect their health because, you feel you have a temperature and you're like, it's just temperature, it's just malaria. I don't need to go to the hospital. And this is a problem that is reoccurring in Africa and is slowly causing problems. And that is why we have come up with a solution, which is the Check Watch. It is, okay, yes.
CheckWatch is a waterproof smartwatch which checks your vitals like your temperature, your blood pressure, and it sends these vitals to local hospitals, reviewed licensed hospitals near you, which will then be able to contact you when they notice these spikes in your, like irregular spikes in your vitals.
Okay, so your question will be how would they reach the people? So the CheckWatch will be proposed to the government as a tool to improve the healthcare system, which will be free. For example, in Nigeria, we have NIN. NIN is free, but it is compulsory for all citizens to have it, to access, for communication.
Okay, so what is the effectiveness of this watch? How does it work? How does the watch work? When your vital is checked, your blood level, your sugar level is checked. If you have a high sugar level, which is probably an indication of diabetes, it would be sent to the local hospital in your area, and they would contact you to come over for checkup to assure you that you have nothing wrong with you or to diagnose you of an illness. So many people are ignorant about their health. They won't want to go to the hospital if something is wrong with them because they're like, I don't know what's wrong with me, or the money it would take for them to get consulted on and all. But the smartwatch is going to consult them, and then they would get called by the hospital, and the hospital would direct them. Yeah, from there.
You meant the Check Watch?
Yes, the Check Watch.
One question only. How do you plan to get this Check Watch across to everybody?
Okay, so we're going to propose it to the government. So, if the government buys let's say when the government buys our Check Watch, it will become an important tool for all citizens to have to improve the healthcare system. So it will become compulsory but free for the people. So it is going to be something like a government initiative or government, how will I put it? A government grant. So the people will be able
time
to.
up. Okay. So one question to ponder on as you go back to your cities: how is this going to be paid for? One of the practicabilities of an innovation solution is how it's going to be paid for.
Like I said, the government is buying it from us. So
how is government going to pay for it? But your time is up, so that's a question to think on. Thank you. Please, let's clap for them.
That was a very nice one, Team Nigeria. I'm actually impressed. And I actually have ideas to bounce off of you girls. Really nice one. Which team goes next? You look like you're rehearsing. Which team is this? Which team is that? Team Kenya, isn't it? Team Kenya, you're up next. Thank you.
Kenya, right? Kenya.
Left. 1 minute left. Start. I'm joking. Okay, go ahead, start.
Okay, so good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team Kenya, and our idea concerning the question was a non-governmental organization formed by us. You see, this non-governmental organization, we call it Better Care. Better Care is formed as a result of a collaboration of United sponsors. That's where we're going to be acquiring the funds. And we're also planning to partner with other non-governmental organizations. So regarding the issue, we've noticed that the first issue was poor infrastructure. I'm talking poor roads, I'm talking poor transport and communication system. Initially, we had thought of mobile ways, but we came to the realization that not everyone has access to mobile technology. So concerning the poor infrastructure, we plan to develop the infrastructure and enhance the transport and communication sector through this partnering with non-governmental organizations to provide funds and hold fundraisings for a common cause, so that we have better roads, we have better transport, such that the ambulance themselves can be able to pass there, and we have better communication networks, such that those who have access to technology can be able to have quick access to the quality healthcare services.
Our second challenge that we found out is unqualified personnel. We noticed that either people will get hired through connections and will have to go through the thorough checks and background checks. So we decided that in Better Care we are going to offer thorough checking of the people who are going to be hired, and also do serious interviews, and this will promote anti-corruption.
In addition to that, we'll also eat the rich, if you may, where we'll have like a scheme where you will have all the people who are working, they'll have cards or they'll sign up online, and they'll be paying us like according to your income bracket. Like let's say you earn this amount of money, you're going to pay this amount of money. Then the resources are going to be distributed so that you can provide free healthcare for those who don't have any money to pay for it.
And also we plan to sensitize the people to eradicate that mentality, that tradition of you don't have to go to the hospital, that somebody can just pray for you and you'll be well, or you can just stay at home and think that you'll be fine. We plan to sensitize the people through mass media by one-on-one approach, and just telling the people the benefits of going to a hospital.
Thank you. You actually kept the time. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Nice one, Team Kenya. Very interesting. Probably ask you girls a few questions about it later on after this. Who's left? Team Ghana, are you ready? Are you ready? Don't worry, I'll give you some more time. What are the people behind? Team Tanzania, in it. You're next. Team Zimbabwe, what's going on? Are you itching to perform? Okay.
Tanzania, right?
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. On stage is the Team Tanzania, and here we have the solution to the challenge provided. First of all, we outlined the problems that are facing the health care system. Case study Tanzania, Africa. These problems include insufficient resources and health infrastructures, insufficient and lack of technological advancement, insufficient of experts in healthcare, and lack of relevant educations. Our solution is made into a strategy that is called Afya Bora strategy. Afya Bora is a Swahili word that means better health. This strategy is related. That is, the first thing is providing education from lower level. this education is competence-based education. Most of the education system is not competent. That is, you teach their health universities, but they do not make their personnel or the experts competent enough to compete or to work in the health industry. So by creating this competence-based education, we'll be able to make people like mechatronics and biomedical engineers. Biomedical engineers are going to help us to create our own African-made equipment like CT scans and X-ray machines. That is, if we can produce our own instruments, then we can lower costs from buying from abroad. Biomedical engineers are going to make our own drugs or medicines so we can treat our own people and even supply to other countries to get more money. In this, we want to develop health communication system to fasten all emergencies. We have a very poor emergency system. In case when there's an emergency, the people who go there, the ambulance are very late. So we want to create a system by programming a specific system that is going to be able to make this faster. Also, use of biorobotics in African healthcare. Biorobotics is creating parts of the body that are from robotic knowledge that we do in our schools in Tanzania, and even other schools in Africa should do that too. Biorobotics is going to help us make more parts to fill in different kinds of accidents. And also, the last thing is to advance technology. That is by creating, if you have already created experts, then they're going to be able to be entrepreneurs in health. They're going to advance the health system both technologically and practically. Then we can all at large fasten and create a better quality healthcare, because we believe that everything starts with Africa. So if we want change, we have to start it on our own. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, just two. Afiabora.
Yes.
Better health. That's my understanding in it. Is it a company that you own? How do you plan to go about? Because you said a lot of beautiful things, the biomechanics, the bio. I certainly love the robotics part, but how do you plan to get that off the ground?
No, it's a strategy that we are going to.
Yeah, how would you implement the strategy? That's the question. I got the strategy part. How do you plan to implement it?
We are going to implement it by first influencing different governments from all over the world, I mean Africa, to implement competent education. That is the first thing, because if people are educated the right way, then we'll get very competent experts in health. From there, everything else joins up, because mechatronics engineers will make machines, biomedical will make drugs. When we export, we're going to earn income that is going to be more funds to expand the healthcare system.
That will be all for now. Thank you very much. I appreciate the expose. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Peace. You had no questions for them? You have no questions for them?
No, thank you.
Okay, Team Zimbabwe, you're next. I'm tired of waiting. You guys look like you have something up for me. Please, you're next. Don't make me wait any longer. Do you want to come in? I thought you guys would like to be special and coming through that end. Okay, sure, please. Don't hesitate.
Hello? Hello?
You guys want to give me back my mic? I give you a wonderful mic. You guys are shying away.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ingo Tumbiana, and we are Team Zimbabwe. So last year, my grandmother died of cancer. How did she die? She kept going to people and being told that we don't know what the problem is. She lives in the rural area. Why didn't they know the problem? Quality healthcare. They weren't trained enough to know what the problem was. So I want to map out why we don't have quality healthcare. Firstly, right, infrastructure. There is pressure on infrastructure in Africa. Why? Because people in the rural area, they don't trust the healthcare workers in the rural area. So they're all going to flock to the urban area. And thus, the problem doesn't become that we don't have the hospitals, but they are overloaded. And when the hospitals become overloaded, resources go into the hospitals that are overloaded, buying medication, buying syringes, whatever it may be. Now the government can't pay workers. Unemployment, there are nurses. The nurses are there and the doctors are there, but they're not being paid. When doctors and nurses aren't being paid, what happens? They leave Zimbabwe. Someone would rather go and become a nurse aide in America, and they're a qualified nurse or doctor, but they earn more as a nurse aide. So they're going to leave Zimbabwe, Kenya, what it be, because they're not being paid, leading to what? Brain drain. We are left without quality education, without quality healthcare in Africa. So what are we going to do? We are going to solve the main problem, infrastructure. How are we going to solve the main problem? I'm going to leave my colleague to tell you how we're going to solve the problem.
Okay. So to solve the problem of infrastructure, we thought of reducing the pressure on infrastructure in Africa. How? By training the health workers that are helping the people in the rural areas. Okay, thank you. Okay. By training the health workers that are in the rural areas to have more knowledge so that they could easily identify and treat people in the rural areas. How are we going to train these health workers now? That's where the solution from us comes in. We're going to create a platform where experts from around the world could volunteer and help train health workers in healthcare systems across Africa to be more competent, to be more skilled, so that they could easily identify problems within the rural areas. Okay. Yeah. Okay. They could easily identify problems within patients in rural areas. That way, we reduce pressure on infrastructure. That way, the infrastructure that we already have will be enough to save the whole nation in Africa.
So what we're saying is we're going to create a platform that is continuously educating the healthcare workers that are already there in the rural areas. How is this going to help? My grandmother has cancer. She's not going to need to come to Harare. She's going to stay, Harare is the capital of Zimbabwe. She's going to stay in the rural areas and she's going to go to the specialist. The specialist is going to realize that, these are the symptoms for cancer. And then she would direct her to a cancer specialist. She won't have to go to 10 doctors. That way we are creating quality healthcare. We are creating skilled workers, skilled and trained workers who are being trained by the educated specialists.
Your time is up. Are you done?
Are you done? I'm sorry, are you done? Maybe I would have begged her to give you an extra minute.
Okay, we had a few.
You're done?
Okay.
You're fine. Great. I have one question. You said he was going to tell us about infrastructure, right? He said you were going to tell us about training. Now, the message I got was what your solution is. You will create a platform for experts around the world to voluntarily train people or medical professionals, nurses, doctors alike, right, to be able to recognize the symptoms of, say, cancer, right, so that the patient who is in the satellite areas of Zimbabwe doesn't have to travel to Harare for care, can easily meet someone there who will recognize what they have and will take adequate steps to make sure they're getting treated, isn't it? There's just one question. Your platform, is it meant to be an app? And how, two questions. Is it going to be an app? And second, how are you going to convince the experts to treat people or to train people for free? I'm just curious. It's your solution. You should have thought about it.
So what we had thought of was creating a program in which there will be an online platform where they could interact with the experts, and also a physical sessions which they could have with the healthcare workers in Zimbabwe. Okay, I didn't get you.
How is it going to get paid for?
Okay, for the payment part now, we had
And I hope the remaining teams are taking note, right? Because when you come with a solution, I want to know, myself and Peace, we want to know how you intend to implement it and how it's going to get paid for. Because I could tell you, you know what, the way to make sure that everybody gets, someone was talking about traveling, to make sure that everybody gets travel around the world is to get like a huge Boeing 737 double-decker that will take everybody around. Who's going to pay for the fuel? Who's going to pay for the hangar? Who's going to pay for the crafts? Make it practical, okay? So the idea is nice, but how are you going to execute it? That's the question here. So take note. You have 30 seconds to answer before you get off the stage, please.
Okay, he suggested that as a company, we could search for investors who would want to invest in our project so that we could use that money to fund the experts who could come in and train the healthcare workers.
How are the investors getting their money back?
They will be investing in our company as a way of giving back to the society.
Okay, philanthropy. So you get Bill, Melinda Gates, and the likes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Round of applause for them. Round of applause. Round of applause. Are we too harsh? Are we harsh? This is terrible. My God. Should I drop the mic and give it to Peace? You know, Peace is a nicer person. The Eswatinis, you guys are next, by the way. So all of this ranting is just not working. I'm talking to the rest. You guys should be climbing up the stage. Climb up the stage. Like when I'm talking to people that are not under pressure, climb up the stage. Are we bad? Are we harsh? Team Ghana, am I harsh? Do you want me off the panel? You want Peace? You want me too? Thank you. Eswatini, please go on.
So our idea is, firstly, the main problem in Africa with access to healthcare isn't hospitals. It's mostly that we don't have the medication. For example, when COVID happened, when the vaccine was discovered, it went to every continent before it went to Africa. And I think we were one of the last continents to receive the vaccine. And in our country, we were one of the last countries to receive the vaccine. And a lot of people were dying, even though Africa was handling the virus very well. So we think that the best direction for us to head is to use the young, brilliant minds that we have in Africa to create an institution whereby medication is going to be produced on a large scale and a large variety of medication as well, where we're going to have scientists researching vaccines and all of that here in Africa instead of waiting for people overseas or people in quote-unquote more developed continents to discover things for us, because we have the means and we have people who are smart enough to do it here in Africa. So
another suggestion was medical drones. So before I touch onto that, I'll just say a story of like what happens at home. So like I have a grandmother who lives like in the rural areas and I live like in the township areas. So every time she's sick, my dad has to go to the rural areas to pick her up, to take her to the hospital. So my dad's usually busy and stuff like that, so it takes time for him to get to my grandmother's house. So we're coming up with a medical drone which will fly from the hospital to the patients in the rural areas and deliver medication to the patients. So this medical drone will also help like educate the people on healthcare, how to use the medication effectively, and how safe the medication is for the person. So it's multilingual. We'll have like multiple languages if you want, Siswati, English, French, something like that. So it'll help diversify, you know, like to help everybody understand what's going on. So it'll be delivering medication to those who don't necessarily have access to it, and those who can't necessarily go up and go to the hospitals to get the medications themselves. Yes.
And was that time? And in terms of like funding, it would mostly be large organizations that are dedicated to helping provide healthcare for all and accessible healthcare at that. So think the World Health Organizations and Red Cross, which I'm not sure if it's global, but we have it. But yeah, organizations like those.
Okay, so your time is up. Thank you so much. Sissy, you have any comment?
Just trying to get your point, or the first point you made about medications. So there was COVID, and instead of having the drugs or the vaccines rather imported from overseas, you'd rather have them manufactured locally, right? So that they will be easily accessible because they're manufactured just beside you. That's correct. How do you plan on executing that?
In terms of
that, because that's what you're saying is you want to build a manufacturing plant, like a vaccine manufacturing plant, a drug manufacturing plant here at home, isn't it? That's my understanding. How do you plan to go about that?
Okay, I fully believe that.
Forget the funding. Forget funding. Funding will come sometime. But I just really want to know how you want to go about that.
I fully believe that Africa has people smart enough to do things, but the problem comes because a lot of African people graduate and then go work overseas because there's more job opportunities overseas, especially when it comes to, okay, personally, I want to be a biochemical engineer, right, which makes medication and artificial organs and stuff like that. But a lot of people graduate from majors like that and go work overseas because there's more opportunity there, right? But if we provide the opportunity here, then there won't be a need for them to leave the continent of Africa. And so we will have the people skilled enough to be doing those things.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the presentation. Well done, Mr. T. Well done. The sports guy, you didn't say anything. Who's next? Who's left? What teams are left? Which teams are left? Sorry. Huh? Uganda and Ghana. Uganda and Ghana. U comes before G, so... Oh no, it comes after G. But U will go before G today. Uganda, you're next. Team Uganda, you're next. Go ahead, please.
As it's well stated that a major problem in Africa is healthcare system, and it's due to the lack of access to quality healthcare. So for us, we have come up with different ideas, and so solutions which can be applied to this problem. The initial one is that by opening up standard health care or standard health centers where those people in local areas can afford medication. Like, for example, for us there in Uganda, it's a major problem whereby when he gets a serious attack, he or she can't be able to reach the health center in time. So we can solve this problem by opening up these health centers, solve that problem. Then another one is opening up an app or creating an app where one can order for medicine without he or she going to a health center. This can work in cases of attacks. Like, you have people with the heart attacks, those people with the high blood pressures, those are serious attacks. In order to solve this, we can open up this app so one can order for medicine without he or she reaching the hospital. Then another one is creating an emergency number where one can call or where one can contact without he or she paying, and he orders for medicine or call an ambulance.
Health system. If you are a hospital and you want to register into this system, you will first visit our website. Yeah, we are centralizing all hospitals on one database. So all the hospitals, you come to our DM, then you register on the central or the database. Yes. So when you register, we have super admin and the admin there. So the super admin will either decline or accept your proposal or something. So when the super admin accepts you, then you join our hospital. So so far as the super admin has accepted you, you are part of the hospital. So when a hospital is transferring, let's say in Ghana, we have Kwalebu Teaching Hospital, and then let's say Konfanochi Teaching Hospital too. So let's say if Kwalebu people are sending or transferring a patient to Konfanochi, Banoche, they will first register. So when they register, then they will make preparations. So they will find doctor for you there, nurse, everything will be available. So by the time that you get there, you going to join queues, going to search for your folders and other stuff wouldn't be necessary. So they needed you at that point, you will be just giving the needed attention. So by the time that you get there, your beds, your doctor, nurses, everything is ready to avoid death or something. Yeah, so that's our system.
Thank you very much. Sisi, you have a comment?
I'm trying to make some sense out of this, and please bear with me. In your hospital system, which I currently understand is meant to be a network of hospitals with you as the managing body or as the managing organization, right? So you run a network of hospitals, and within this network of hospitals, every patient, whenever they show up to your affiliated hospitals or to one of your affiliated hospitals, they don't need to queue up.
No.
They don't need to wait at the reception. No. So from their house, there is an app.
And sometimes you can even be in the house, you can interact or you book an appointment with your doctor whilst you are in the house. So the doctor will give you a prescription, then you just purchase your medicine or drugs at the pharmacy.
Okay. So that's one option. You can have telemedicine, thank you. Telemedicine, where you can see a doctor online and then consult with the doctor online, teleconsultation session. Now, the part I'm interested in, and that's nice, and I'm not taking that away from you girls, not in any way. The part I'm interested in is the part where, because remember, this is about access, and that solves access a lot, but are you also saying that within your hospitals, if someone were to show up to your hospital, they don't need to queue because they can register or they can pay for their visit card online, and then they don't have to queue up, and then there's a particular time that they will be given to come and see a doctor, and then when that time comes, they will just walk into a doctor's office, and then the doctor will be there ready to see them. Is that what you said?
Yes. By the time that you go there, your credentials and everything has been already sent to that hospital that you are being transferring to. So your doctor, the nurse who will be taking care of you, everything is ready. So you just go straight to your doctor, and the name, you even upload your picture or an image there. So the doctor knows the person that he or she is attending to. So by the time that you get there, everything is set. So your treatment, they start treatment.
So all you need to do is just walk in, and then your doctor is ready for you.
Yes.
Everything's ready.
Yes.
Peace. What do you think of it? Sounds like a good idea.
I think I really like the idea of the data linkage and the fact that, for example, if there is a hospital that they want to refer the patient to is not ready to take the patient, they can reject it and say redirect to another hospital.
Absolutely.
And that saves time.
That saves time.
Life.
For example, what happened with your sister? If the hospital knew they didn't have enough beds to accommodate an extra patient, they could have easily referred your sister or someone else to another hospital that had the capacity, isn't it? Yeah. And that can be solved with your own network.
Yeah.
Appreciate. That's a nice idea. Congrats.
Round of
Good
applause.
job, guys. Good job.
That brings us to the end of the Innovation Challenge. It's been an intense session, and I want to thank all the teams. You guys have really put us on our feet to make this decision. We're going to be a hard nut to crack. But looking forward to the final award night to see who the winning team would be. But you guys all have very amazing ideas. So whichever the winning team is, you still are a winner, and I don't think you should let your ideas go like that. Sisi, I don't know if you have any final.
For the record, I have no biases. You guys were all amazing. Each and every one of you showed up here with an amazing set, or with an amazing, you know, how do I put it, portfolio of ideas. And I mean, I was really impressed. And really what I tried to do was to help you contextualize what you guys were saying, because I understood it, and I also needed that you guys understand it as well, so that when all of this is, you know, said and done, you can go back, ponder on it, and who knows, maybe sometime we get that hotline, we can get that network of hospitals, we can get that, you know, that drug manufacturing plant. But again, it's been amazing listening to you guys, and I wish each and every one of you the best. The best man, you know, should win, but all of you are winners in my eyes regardless. So good job, guys. Good job.
Thank you very much. And I would like to take pictures. So please, I'll invite all the change makers all of you had brilliant ideas. And I'm looking forward to finding out who wins the Innovation Challenge tomorrow. So we're going to find out, on Friday. Yes, the reveal is going to be done on Friday. So don't miss that for anything. Please, let's get on the stage and take very quick pictures. Pictures with the facilitators. I'm sure you had a lovely session. And this is the last seminar for today. So let's have that big smile in our photos. All right, so we're taking the picture on the stage. Yes, please. We would love to see everybody's face in the picture, so please don't miss out on this. I think it should be in the middle, somewhere in the middle. All right. Thank you. Please take your seats. Very quick announcement. All right, please take your seat. Thank you. Okay, has anyone had a good time today? Did you have a good time today? All right, I'm sure that our virtual audience are saying so. I'm looking at the chat box on YouTube, on the J Africa's YouTube page. I can see great feedback. I can see one from Rashidat saying, I love the solution about poor health care in Nigeria. I can see someone saying, I love what Team Tanzania is doing. And there's just so much great feedback online. So to our virtual audience, please don't miss out on tomorrow. Tomorrow is the competition day. It's the D-Day. We are set for a great time. It's going to be a time to pitch. It is the battle for the COY competition 2022. We're going to find out who gets to walk away with all of the beautiful prizes. But at the end of the day, everyone is a winner. If you've made it this far, I mean, from everything you've learned, from the networking, from the experience, you're already a winner. And then tomorrow we're going to find out, we're going to have the pitch, and then on Friday, we're going to find out the winner at the award ceremony. So I've said all that to say that don't miss out on tomorrow's session. I am sure that everyone who is in here physically will not miss out. And I think I should be able to say so for a virtual audience as well. So now it's time to go get some rest. And dinner is going to be served later on. We're convening here by 8:30 p.m. for rehearsals. You know, tomorrow is a big day. I want to make sure that we rehearse properly. So 8:30 p.m. we're convening here for rehearsals. So get some rest. You want to take a bath, you want to get some rest, please do that. And then you come for dinner. After dinner, you come back 8:30 p.m. for rehearsals. Let's not close without saying our slogan. J&J Africa. Feeling change makers. All right, it's been an honor to host this event. See you tomorrow. My name is Temi Badru. Right, been informed to tell you that we would like to take some pictures before you go, your selfies, the pictures with official photographs. So as you step out, there are a lot of props, you know, some of the IG props, some of the other props. Please hold on to them, take pictures, take selfie, take a picture with the friends you've met, and let's create content for social media. Don't forget to upload on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, and tag us. Don't forget to tag us using the hashtag Africa COY 22. Don't forget to do that. Thank you.